Just tend to actually do that quest after a couple of times of saying I would get it done and just not having the time. Okay. Let me see. Also, it'll be time relatively soon to refresh welcome. Maybe. Oh, something is up with my mouse. I don't know what it is. Let me see. Is it a cord or cord issue? That is strange. Okay, this should be fine. Just had to take the tray out a little bit. Let's see. Might be accidentally right-clicking. Let me... Now we got... What is... Oh, okay. Got a couple weeks for this. It's not going to be a problem. Just see, and... It's not a... Okay. Check something else. Let's run dailies first, and run expedition. Okay, now that I have all that done, I think the best thing to do would be maybe farm skirt books. That said, also have the event weapon, sequence of solitude. Let me see what that requires in terms of... It's little harps. 3994. What day of the week are those farms? Well, if nothing else, I can always do it tomorrow. And oh, I've got a lot. Yeah, those have been accumulating slowly but surely. Don't think I really need to go out of my way to make those. Just make sure I've got enough at the moment. It's 3994. Let's see, and that means we can make 8 if we need to. Sure. And then 9, that's 70. Could make 25 if we had to. Yeah, because these have just been stacking up from the parametric transformer. Then if we make 4 of these... Yep, we got more than enough. Use weasel shells, though, which could become problematic, maybe. But I think I will be condensing in order to save for those. And who do I have that saved up for? Is it... How about just pick those up randomly? Thank you, thank you. I'm just condensing materials to level up the event bow, which I'll be getting next week. The event's all available, but the Archon Quest I still haven't done. Main thing is, if I recall correctly, Skirk uses contention books. So I'm trying to get some stuff ready for her, yeah. Yep, she does. Who was I say? Oh, I think I farmed these for Trav. Well, probably also just got a bunch from Exploration, but how are you doing? Nice to see you again. Let's get some of these ready, and that is 95. And how many of these we got? Not that many. Make 10 right now, so we can leave 63 to get to 6 talents, and okay. So we'll make a few more of those. Yeah. I'm chilling. Just about to do the... Start off with dailies to get things in, and then go for the Archon Quest. Have you done the Archon Quest yet? Oh, there's a storm. What kind of coffee? Do you go for dark coffee, or... light coffee? I don't really drink coffee. Oh, okay, right. I think you've mentioned that before. Good choice. So let's get you ready. I've got Escoffier on fast. I did Theater and Abyss last night, and Theater was pretty wretched, because there was Cryo, Hydro, and Geo, which are elements that don't have a lot of characters to begin with, and for me in particular, they're elements where I have a number of characters missing. It is an acquired taste, but what I was saying is that the shakes I have in the morning, the nutrient sludge I have, it's coffee flavored, and it's got coffee in it to flavor it, but it's not especially dark coffee. But I am very fond of the taste of coffee, even though, quite frankly, I am not huge on caffeine. I don't have a lot of caffeine intake anymore, but I do enjoy bitter and more complex flavor. I would say, if I could just choose one and have it supply my nutritional needs, I would probably go with tea. Though in terms of flavor, I find it hard to say whether tea or coffee is better. Because like I've said, I like bitter and complex flavors. But it would be hard for me to say whether coffee or tea tastes better. It's just that since coffee is more caffeinated and having too much caffeine leads to unpleasant digestive outcomes, I would say that just in a vacuum, I'd prefer tea. Though, I would say just in terms of pure flavor, I think coffee has a very slight edge. Because it tends to be more complex and interesting in terms of flavor, especially if you have good coffee. Yeah, back to Mondstadt after dailies. How are you doing? Good to see you. Let's punch him up. I've actually been running the boss a few times via quick start, and it's been fun. I've been running this silly non-team in order to make it work for friendship for all the characters I don't have at max, which is to say Aoife and Escoffier, and then I just run this, same as my dailies. And it is noticeably a lot tougher than, say, running Rithezli with Escoffier, Shenhe, and Fiorina, because you lose on so much shred on Escoffier. If you've been following leaks for Skirk, it's interesting because apparently, maybe, though, who knows how true it is, we're getting some new Hydro character, Hydro Girl Medium Female Model 5-star in 5.8, who is apparently maybe going to be better than Fiorina for Skirk teams, so it'd be Skirk, Escoffier, new Hydro Girl in 5.8, and then either Shenhe or Yelan, maybe depending on build, maybe depending on preference. For me, honestly, I'd say it's probably Yelan based on preference, because one of the best strengths of Skirk compared to, say, Ayaka is the fact that she can move around, and her damage can move around. You don't have to rely on a burst that is mostly stationary, or at least once a mostly stationary enemy that isn't moving, isn't teleporting away, and just stands there and eats the burst. But if you run with Shenhe, the quills move with you, but the field that Shenhe puts down for Shred and for the slight cryo damage bonus, is going to move. It's not gonna move, so if an enemy gets out of it and you gotta chase it down, you lose that buff, you lose that debuff on them. And it's interesting. Question is, what team do I want to use? If I gotta run Freeze on, could put together some very silly Mondstadt team, I suppose. Something like... not there. I did that to run Escoffier's cooking machine. The funny thing is that you can actually cook her food in a test run or a domain. I tried it out both ways, but you have to have the character. If you put down the Holdy cooking mode with a trial Escoffier when you don't have her in your roster, you won't be able to cook anything, but if you've got her, even with a trial Escoffier, you can cook. The flag just checks for whether you have her, not whether the Escoffier you're using is yours or a trial one. The fact that you can cook in domains at all with it is very, very silly, considering you can't put the transformer down, but what are you gonna do? Put in Diluc, Kaya, maybe Albedo, because he is relevant in this quest. Though Kaya does not have an artifact set on him. He does not have Blizzard. Steal some Blizzard from somebody else, and then for the freeze, when we have to do the boss fight for the quest, we'll just put in Mona. Okay. He's got Kagosurube, and I believe I let him borrow Ganyu's Blizzard set, which is pure Blizzard. Very convenient. There we go. Very nice. Just let him stay on field or something. What I really could do, if I wanted to be funny, I could run Fiorina, Shenhe, Escoffier, and Kaya. You know, the classic wheelchair. And just let them do all the damage while he sits back and acts silly. You know what? We could get him to 777, maybe. Let's just see. Mondstadt characters have not been relevant in a long, long time. Resistance and Ballad. Mona's at 999 because I did that a long time ago for Morgana. Back when that team was relevant. Could make one Ballad book. Just get him to 777 for the principle of the thing. How many could we put through? Dahlia uses resistance books, if I recall correctly, actually. Much to consider. That said, he's also going to be actually useless. People have been doing showcases trying to use him, and, well, maybe I shouldn't have done that in terms of how much more that cost, but if I'm leveling one, I'm bound to level them all. Oh well. Okay, here's our garbage. So now, let's go into Cruntons 1 and 2 Paralogism. Holy crap, Fire Emblem Awakening Paralog. Go to Mondstadt, the Wimbloom Festival should be a joyous affair, but not always as it seems in Mondstadt. Okay, if you say so. So now, we're going out the gate, and oh, if I recall correctly, remember seeing you can interact with that little portal, yeah. Hello. Return to special story mode, but we're not returning. We haven't been in it, we're entering the special story mode. Idiot. Yeah, Paralogism greatness created in a moment where miracles met life. Neither mundane knowledge nor earthly compassion could hope to reach that light. The arrogant slither forth from the darkness. Hypocrisy draped in virtue and reason, their gnashing maws devour all brothers and mothers alike. Fake Beto and Rhinedottir, I imagine. Let's do it. Overnight Fantasyland, can't do that yet. About to enter story mode, continue. Continue quest, can't continue what we haven't started. Yeah, but those characters, I mentioned it before, but it does mean dolphin bird. It's Irukatori. Yeah, and we got our Windboom decorations while the city is all decked out. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't see any decks. Kill me. Festival season means no commissions, which means no Mora. That's not even true. Catherine's always looking out for us, so we should still drop by and say hello. Sure, let's go. Kasari. Again, one of the interesting things about Nodkrai is that apparently we're going to get someone special from the Adventurers Guild. It's very interesting that they've mentioned all of once, in one easily missable bit of dialogue from Milan in Liyue, the gal by the guild in Liyue, that the Adventurers Guild is from Snezhnaya. Given Catherine being a robot, you know, presumably Sandrone is connected, though whether it's run by Sandrone or the Vitui in general, who knows. Yeah, is it going to be Sandrone? Maybe playable Catherine, well, playable Sandrone is just going to be a Catherine. Greetings, Traveler and Paimon. Gokigenyo. Hey, Catherine, still doing the whole no commissions during Windbloom thing. Let's go to another city. Lazy Fairy. In general, yes, the people of Mondstadt don't delegate their work to others this time of year, but... Yeah, the main thing is that they would have to tune up the model to give it a playable level of detail. And it would be weird to have one special-looking Catherine. And it'd honestly also be weird to just go back and change all the extant ones. I don't know. I've never seen her turn into liquid metal, so presumably the original. But feel free to take a look around. I think you'll pick up on something unusual. At that point, just add Arnold Schwarzenegger. Take a look around, huh? Everyone's a zombie. And... yeah. So that's finally Windboom, and here I am ruining everything. Keep your chin up, big dog. You're a bit tired, no big deal. Give it some time. How about doing something fun tonight? We can take a stroll or go stargazing. Incredibly dense. Hoshio? Like we'll find a spot? You know, people start reserving places on Star Snatch Cliff the moment the sun goes down. So I'm just not in the mood. I should go. It's been 5 years. Still haven't worked it out. Well, something's on the beach, Rich. She would never give up a chance to talk to Quinn. This is weird. It's been replaced with Suspado. Oh! That one's free right now. Did you see that in the free games channel? I need to remember to pick that up before it expires. Just have more things. Oh, you're leaving, I can walk you home. No, it's okay, thank you. Nice, nice. I'm glad that's been useful. Just need some time to myself, besides there's still something I need to do. Turn back into Suspado and kill everyone. The truth is, Quinn, not long ago, I was a fake Albedo, probably. What is it? Is there something wrong? Never mind, it's nothing. Actually, Quinn, I think we should stop seeing each other for now. Okay, so they actually did solidify things, I suppose. Okay. Oh, wait, are you saying we can't be friends anymore? I thought we were best friends. I think there may be some misinterpretation. Did you see that? Beatrice ran off without looking back. Go adventuring other nations for a bit, and when Mondstadt's best love for friendship story is already over. Can't believe that maybe they're just working out the kinks. The kinks? You really got me? Great song. Classic. Well, is good too. Me when classic. Me when mid-20th century rock. Yeah, Dying Light, I've heard good things about it. I remember reading about how you could get the Excalibur, if I recall correctly, through some convoluted series of objectives. So is this what you meant by unusual, Catherine? This is just one example. Beatrice has been feeling down for days, but that's not all. Among Us got impostors. Well, it's the honorary nun, Paimon. What's different about you? Something wrong? You don't look so good. Genki nai, no energy. So I know a knight should be stronger than this, but I've been feeling right lately. I just can't focus. I'm being poisoned. Started sleepwalking out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd even wake up in the middle of the night standing in a random location outside. See a doctor. Yeah, but all the doctors are in Liyue. Yeah, with the Anna commissions, they had to go see Baiju. All the way in Liyue. Yeah, I don't think there are any doctors in Mondstadt, are they? I did while the test came back normal. The doctor said I'm fine. At least never named one. Strange. Yeah, I've been consulting Miss Barbara at the church, but her conclusion was the same. In any case, she was kind enough to pray to Lord Barbados for me to get better. Barbatos-sama. Okay. Is it because I saw something I wasn't meant to see? And what is that? Sorry, this is for me to figure out. It is Windboom after all. Anyway, I have a patrol to finish. Until next time, you two. You too. Still remember when they put that album on my phone. Okay. Oh, is it something in the air, maybe? Maybe in the water. Yeah, exactly. Mondstadt is Renaissance. Clearly someone pooped in the water and everyone got dysentery. Sigh. Appears Miss Donna is also out of sorts. Yeah, exactly. Lack of sanitation in the early modern era. So where can I find a truly fascinating man? Finally got over Diluc. Wait, but Donna's the one who has a huge crush on Diluc, right? It is interesting that still... And to be fair, some of it I imagine is because of the comic, because some of the NPCs showed up in the comic. One of the... Basically, the only city where just random NPCs around get any real development, or are expected to be known in any real sense. That's what I thought too, but she seems to have changed her mind. Kaya, finally, a playable character. Is that... Kihei Taicho no Gaia-san. Cavalry Captain Kaya. Captain Kaya. Oh, switched! Brutal. I'm not looking at exactly my type. I've never felt this way before. It's opposite day. Flattered, Miss Donnell, although I do wonder where that was intended for outside ears. Xenophobia. No, of course not. I'm sorry, Captain. Just pretend I didn't say anything and have a happy wind bloom. So now, she's gonna go from making moon pies for Diluc to making strongly alcoholic drinks for Kaya. Let's hope she doesn't get liver poisoning. I intend to, my dear. Kawaii Ojo-san. Beautiful princess. But first a question, if you don't mind, why the sudden change of heart? So under the impression Master Diluc was the object of your affections, not fight him. Diluc is gonna fight Kaya for her affections, which neither of them actually want. Entirely a point of pride. They're gonna come close to killing each other again. Good question, Kaya. Susbedo, 3 of them. So you knew about that? Well, Master Diluc came into the city not too long ago, but when I saw him, it was like the butterflies just weren't there anymore. Well, I guess I'm glad you got butterflies out of your stomach. Kind of a strange and dangerous place for them to be in the first place. It can be like that kid from South America who injected a butterfly into his leg and died. They put that on the Wikipedia article about unusual deaths, actually. Kind of surprised that they keep that updated. Of course, I forget who it was. Was it Plato? No. Philosopher Turtle drops. It was Aeschylus, not a philosopher, the playwright. His bald head was mistaken for a rock by an eagle, and he died because the eagle dropped the turtle on his head to try to break the shell open on a rock, but instead it was his head. Yeah, and swallowed a spider to catch the fly, and perhaps you'll die. To compare it to something, it would be like waking up and realizing you're married to a man you don't love. That's the song Better Man by Pearl Jam. She lies and says she's in love with him. Can't find a better deal. But then I saw you and it wasn't something was different about you. I can't really explain it. It was just a feeling. Yeah. They got the Loom of Fate together and they decided to just screw with individual people in Mondstadt. Yeah, it's like Stewie. At least it's not raining. Then he just gets stabbed. My sophomore year of college, right during coronavirus, I had a week where I would just watch nothing but Family Guy clip compilations. Maybe I should do that again. I understand and I'm flattered I was able to bring back the butterflies, but I do need to see some business, so I'll take my leave. Make like a tree and weave. Here he comes, and well surprised to see us. He's investigating. The death in the afternoon cocktail that he drinks was actually invented by Hemingway. A farewell to arms? I fell in love with a nurse during World War II. There's no way you've read that. Not at all. You are the exact 2 people I've been trying to find, so Traveler Paimon, how have you been? Oh good, how about yourself and the rest of the Knights of Favonius? I know there's absinthe in it, which in this game, they have the dandelion one, sub in for that. Death in the afternoon. Hemingway's. It's absinthe and champagne. And you basically pour it to get the milky louche effect. Yeah, really it's not specific. It's just you combine champagne and absinthe. One day, even though I don't really drink anymore, I'd like to try absinthe one day because it's got a black licorice taste. And I very much like black licorice. Good, how about yourself and the rest of the Knights of Favonius? The answer to that requires a private conversation. Catherine, do you mind? It's gonna take us to the torture dungeon. We're never gonna be seen again. Not at all, have fun, you 3. Well, they mention other alcohol. It's to make it more fantastical, I imagine. Though, to be fair, absinthe historically has had a bit of a stigma as being dangerous, which is partially undeserved, I suppose. If I recall correctly, it was due to... Typically, historically, it's made with wormwood, which, if I recall correctly, was banned in America for being vulnerable to contamination, I think. So you said you were looking for us. Until some years ago, you couldn't get real absinthe in America. Jean sent me to find you when she heard you were back in Mondstadt. Let's discuss the finer details back at headquarters. Time for our cinematic view. Started doing that in Fontaine, really. Knights of Favonius headquarters. Goblin Summerside. What's that a reference to? Not familiar. And oh right, we're in the special story mode and we can't leave Mondstadt. Hey, let's use our elevator. Albedo Vader. There we go. Forgot how not high that takes you. But the cooldown's not bad at all. Yeah. Just for being Mondstadt characters, that was all. Okay. And now... Hello, Eula! Yeah, not especially well, but they are built. Okay, you found them. Yep, I meant to track them down. Well, Mona's built well, because I used to use a lot on a Ganyu Venti Morgana team. Kai is kind of built, Duoc is kind of built. Albedo's also built quite well. He has Cinnabar, which is really the important thing. Good with what's about to happen. It's great to have you in town. Headquarters are packed with what's going on. Violence. Honorary Knight, Note. His name is Note? His parents must have hated him. So, to meet you, I believe introductions are in order. When plunge buffs were relevant in Abyss, or in particular when they wanted to kind of have you use Gaming with Shan Yun, I should have used that opportunity to run Diluc, but I didn't. Because he is, well, really anyone with a Claymore or a Spear or a Polearm sword can work as a C6 Bennett infusion, plunge, you know, Zhang Yun vaporized plunge character, because it's all based on Zhang Yun's flat bonus in the infusion. But Diluc does it best because of his high multipliers. Well, Diluc or Gaming, and now I do have C6 Gaming. Haven't used him since I got his C6. Well, Wolf's Gravestone is nice for aesthetic, but it's not actually that good on him. You'd rather be using a high refined Serpent Spine. But apparently next patch we might be getting the ability to do weapon transmogrification, though it's not clear on how the details of that might work with the sort of new quasi-abyss that we're getting next patch. So, if I run Diluc in any serious sense, I would almost certainly just be having whatever weapon he uses look like Wolf's Gravestone. Yeah, something like that. Well, Spine isn't all that good. Spine's only really usable in Fremine and Eula because they build physical damage bonus, because all the Wind Blades on Burst, from its passive, are physical damage. So if you have a physical built character, those Wind Blades may deal respectable damage. Fremine especially, because his multipliers are so low that the physical damage from the Wind Blades is actually a meaningful contribution to his damage. Either way, it's... you run it on a physical Claymore character, unless you really need the ER. Oh, you mean Scoured Pride. Yeah, you can't do transmogs between weapon types. I misread that. But Honor Knight Palmats, in order to meet you, I believe introductions are in order. Allow me, you have Note. Captain of the 2nd Company, Skyron, Captain of the 3rd Company, you are Captain of the 4th Company, and me, of course, Captain of the 9th Company. Yeah, exactly. Ayurua. Yeah, because in the Japanese, use Yurua. Well, it'd be funny if you could do that, but it would really mess up the animations. Oh, you're all captains. Greatsword Raiden, even with a jank, would be fun. That said, that'd only be for weapon normals and not bursts. That's why Mesogene is waiting for you inside. She'll explain everything. Skyron and Note. Surprised I managed to figure out names that were stranger than Kaya and Eula. And then someone with a normal real name. Traveler Paimon, thank you for coming. Is everything alright? There were tons of people outside. Well, it's because her animations aren't built for it. Yes, that would be the captains. You know a few of them already, but I'm sure there are some new faces. Yeah, exactly, NPCs. There have been a number of incidents in Mondstadt. In order to wrap up the case, I gathered all the captains and that's Pavonis together to hold a trial. Kill Albedo. Trial, but this is Mondstadt, not Fontaine. Yeah, bring in Yanfei. Yeah, multiple trials and no Yanfei. Stupid missed opportunity. Understand the confusion. Never participated in one of our trials before. In truth, we haven't had to conduct one in quite some time. Yeah, shooting arrows with a claymore. Well, that's the thing, is that since they don't have stock animations and give every character their own, even if there are some similarities, they couldn't do a Tower of Fantasy where every weapon goes on every character. The Knights of Hodius oversee most matters of law and order in Mondstadt. Of course, in the interest of fairness, major cases are tried jointly with the Church. Yeah, a military dictatorship and a theocracy. I can see no flaws with this approach. Under the guidance of Barbados, that's uphold chivalric justice in the spirit of our order, and the Church carries blessings and goodwill wherever the wind can reach. I've never watched it, but I've heard good things. I guess it's been a bit played out by now, though to be fair, it's kind of like Seinfeld not being funny because everyone's aped it, but being a zombie show or a zombie piece of zombie fiction where the primary threat is other humans rather than the zombies. This case requires a joint trial by both parties, though to be fair at that point, what difference is there between that and any other apocalyptic fiction? Which means it's a serious one, so do you need our help? Capture and kill Albedo. Dead or alive? Hold on, the group of people we saw in the corridor just now, there was someone missing. Where's Albedo? In prison. Right, he's the captain of the investigation team, but we didn't see him out there. Albedo. A keen observation, traveler. That happens to be exactly why I called you here. The upcoming trial against Captain Albedo, we'll do our utmost to understand the facts of this case, deliver a fair and impartial verdict. Yeah, I've watched and enjoyed Shaun of the Dead. But that's a bit different. Albedo was one on trial. What did he do? Oh, okay. I didn't know about that, but it is interesting seeing how a lot of quote-unquote serious zombie fiction is reluctant to say the word zombie, because they think it'll make it harder to take it seriously. Gene, it's time. Understood, traveler. Pama, come with me. And we just got taken right out, and Noel's sword is still stuck in the ceiling of Jean's room from that little anecdote a couple patches ago. Sucrose, Duwu, Kakaya. Sit wherever you like. I only ask that you remain calm. No matter what you hear, I need to head over there. What's interesting is that the term zombie actually originates from Haitian voodoo, kinda? But it refers to not a dead person, but an alive person who's sort of hypnotized with magic and drugs. Sit wherever you like, I only ask that you remain calm. No matter what you hear, I need to head over there. I've talked about this before, but a lot of the popularization or Western knowledge of that term comes from a movie called The Serpent and the Rainbow, which is about sort of an encounter with a real voodoo, quote-unquote, and where the trial will be fair. Now that everyone is gathered, let us begin. Yeah, what if you gave us an assurance that the trial would be unfair? A new room in the church, but the song Voodoo by Godsmack is based off of that movie. But the lyrics of it are written to sound sort of like it's a comparison of drug addiction to basically being possessed by magic in a negative way. And that wasn't intentional at all, but it's a much more interesting interpretation. And that's why death of the author is so important. Because sometimes the author makes something better than they intended to make. With the Grandmaster Varka away from Mondstadt for the time being, I and Jean Gunhilder will oversee today's proceedings. It's the first time we've heard your last name in a while. To be fair, it's the first time we've seen you in a while. Mr. Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Pavonis, will serve as assessor. Completely useless 4-star. Tragic. As representatives of respective organizations will ensure a just verdict in this case. Because it's really funny, because in order to avoid power creeping Albedo, a 5-year-old character, they made his E a one-time use trampoline that goes about as high. That's a new face, Deacon of the Church. Does that mean he works with Barbara and Rosaria? Maybe. He's a shielder with a minor attack speed buff. which isn't even that good of a buff for anything other than a bow or catalyst, because of hit lag. A lot of people don't know this, but there's a flat amount of sort of attack hit stop whenever you use any melee weapon that connects, or also including Rithesli and Hazel, anyone who uses any kind of melee, that isn't affected by attack speed. So attack speed isn't all that useful, or is less useful than you might think, because the hit stop is not sped up. That's the same amount of duration. Oh my goodness. 5-year-old model. Little baby doll. The defendant is King's the captain of the investigation team Albedo. Well, the way you would contain it is by burning everything from the sky. Albedo, what did you do? He pipes up and says, your mom, and then we kill him. Certain aspects of this case are classified and it remains uncertain exactly, exterminatus, whether the alleged victims are citizens of Mondstadt. Such this trial is not open to the public. Huh. Citizens. Yeah, you know, exactly. They really said non-citizens have no rights. Dystopian. The identities of the victims are still unknown. Strange. If guilt is established in this case, all facts will be made public after the final verdict is delivered. Now, the captain of the logistics of Miss Hertha. Oh, it's you again. I haven't done your commissions and bounties and requests in whatever years. We'll present the charges. The court appoints Mr. Kai to speak on Mr. Albedo's behalf for both parties ready to proceed. Yeah, this is something I've seen people say about Genshin in comparison to games like Star Rail. That you don't really have characters other than Tartaglia who show up in other regions. And the fact that Yanfei didn't show up in Fontaine, they even had Mona show up. It should have been Yanfei. It really should have been. It should have been Yanfei here. But, whereas in Star Rail, you've got at least some more. Like, if I recall correctly, Madame Herta / the Herta. They call him Madame Herta in Japanese, which I like better. I mean, I don't play the game either way, but as I was saying, there's a bit more continuity there, whereas here they're all segmented off, which is kind of sad. Present the charges. Court appoints Mr. Kai to speak on Mr. Albedo's behalf. Are both parties ready to proceed? Yes. The dumbest thing is that there's dialogue for weekly boss Scara killing Raiden, and she doesn't show up. It would have been real nice, especially since a lot of what I don't like about the Scara handling of Scara's story is the fact that Raiden is just totally absent from it mostly. It would have been nice if she showed up to beat him up with Nahida, ready to proceed. Especially since that would allow them to maybe have you run an aggravate team in the story version of the fight. I don't know. Miss Hertha, the floor is yours. It feels like they might have planned it, given that she's got special dialogue when she dies in the boss fight, but still. Prior to this trial, that Savoni's conjunction with Venturi to launch investigation into Mr. Albedo for suspected murder and unlawful disposal of human remains. Murder. Sashujin Jiken. A murder incident. ... A witness stated that 11 days ago in the middle of the night, she saw the defendant southeast of the city gates, dragging a large object she later identified as a human body. It's probably suspect. No, there's no way. We now call that witness to the stand. Beatrice, please tell us what you saw. So she was one of the people acting weird earlier. So how many of these people, if any, are imposters? Beatrice, was that what she was trying to tell Quinn earlier? I was out late that night on business, and when I came back, I saw someone in the moonlight that looked like Mr. Albedo. He was dragging a huge bag of some kind, so how did you know that was a body? Did you, or are you just assuming things? その人、大きな袋、big bag, or big owl. Thought it was strange, so I followed him. Then there was a sudden flash of golden light. The bag opened, and inside there was a body. And oh, we couldn't really see, or at least I wasn't paying attention. Did we see the mark on him? Okay, well, to be fair, this is a memory, so that doesn't say much. So Albedo's vision was and manipulated the ground with ease, so he buried it and never removed any traces on the ground. Okay, so it would have been him, but whose body? Maybe a double, maybe suspect. Albedo? Before he left, seemed to look in my direction. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was terrified. I think he might kill me too. Luckily he didn't see me. Unpleasant. Now turn to the defendant, describe your whereabouts that night. Yeah. He wasn't there, he was on Dragonspine, painting pin-ups of Sucrose. I was working in my office on the second floor of the Knights of Livonia's headquarters. Painting pin-ups of Sucrose. That's right, the next day, the defense submitted his latest environmental report on the Dragonspine region. Considering the length of the attacks, it must have taken a considerable amount of time to finish. Can anyone attest to the fact that the defendant was working in his office that night? No. Then the length of the report is not a sufficient alibi. So what's that third chair supposed to be then? This isn't looking good. The evil twink voice. You should be in jail. The crime did appear as you described, then what about the body? Mentioned the joint investigation. What was the body recovered? Or did it disappear? Not yet. In other words, you dug the location as Beatrice described and found nothing. You don't find that suspicious. Kind of alchemical illusion. You know what I saw? Or do you? Don't believe your lying eyes. Has it been fun? That's nice. Telling the truth is truth, I swear. Also, didn't you say that speaking out would help protect the people of Mondstadt? Or was I'd never put myself out here like this. You're doing the right thing. Besides, the investigation wasn't fruitless. A single men's shoe and a torn piece of fabric was found in the bushes near the crime scene. The size may be determined who it belonged to. Oh, you played the original. Okay, nice. And now you got to do it for free, and that's fun. Same location was described, no crime occurred, and then is all this just a coincidence? Bizarre occurrence. And yet no victim has been identified, correct? It's true, no one has been reported missing. The glove does not fit. Must have quit. However, Miss Beatrice harbors no ill will toward the defendant. Testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie. Interesting. Is that a personal dream of yours? Testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie. Does the defendant wish to say anything in response? Oh, it's a male one. Oh, goodness. What are his passives? Does he get to seduce the female zombies? And maybe like 10% of the male ones? You may believe otherwise, Miss Hertha, but I did not kill a single person. I killed 1.5 people. As the knight and the captain of the investigation team, the duty to protect Mondstadt and its people, you accuse me of murder. There's no body or motive. Well, so you say. Because he ate it. The defendant raises an important point in motive, yet I must be frank, not all murders are premeditated. Spontaneous conflict can also have unforeseen consequences. Lover's quarrel. Nevertheless, I don't intend to prosecute this case on circumstantial evidence alone. This brings me to the second charge against Mr. Albedo. Second charge. Having that yee-yee haircut and a 5-year-old model that makes it look like a crappy baby doll. Please proceed. 7 days ago at dawn, a witness saw the defendant dispose of the body of an adult male in the area between Dragonspine and Dahlia. Oh, interesting. Oh, so you get a sort of stagger-based, active defense-oriented playstyle. That sounds really fun, too. I'll be playing the new Fantasy Life tomorrow. The original on 3DS from over a decade ago had pretty rudimentary combat, but this one added perfect blocks and perfect dodges, which makes me very excited. And I'll call the second witness to the stand. Wait, that's Venti or Duke Ragnar. Also, 5-year-old stupid-looking model. Big forehead. We stole the court what you saw. They need to go back and just fix these models. Around 3:40 in the morning, I saw Mr. Albedo dispose of a body beneath a cliff. It was dark, but used the power of Geo to illuminate his surroundings. Association of Geo and light in this case is interesting. Reminds me of that Zhongli sun god theory. Ah, interesting. Is in the lighting or the sound? Reminds me of Minecraft Fulbright. Turning the lighting up. From what I could tell, it looked like the body of an adult male, tall and thin, but I couldn't make out the age. Buried the body underneath the cliff and smoothed out the ground to remove any traces. We now have accounts from 2 separate witnesses that describe the same modus operandi. Would you call that a coincidence? It is interesting that for decoration, right? For decoration, right? Yeah. You could just make a nail bat. The anti-zombie weapon. I would only inquire as to what Mr. Duke was doing in that area so early in the morning. The most opportune time for a stroll. Oh, I thought you meant in real life. Is there such a thing? Don Winery is my home. It's not unusual for me to take walks in the area. Being up at 3:40 in the morning is the kind of thing you would expect Duke to be doing. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and that's all. Yeah, I saw someone, this was years ago, take the hair off his model, and you could see his forehead was just massive. Master Duke is a well-respected figure in Mondstadt. I see no reason for him to frame Mr. Albedo. The question remains, where are the bodies? Kaya's is still good, but a lot of it is that the hair covering part of his face and the eye patch covering more of it hides some of the low level of detail from early models. But I feel as if only a true alt for Albedo and Duke would lead to them actually fixing the models. They haven't done a single alt yet, so I'm not sure they ever will. Before you suggest a lack of evidence, Mr. Kai, you should know after the event left that morning, when it's found this where the body was buried. And this is a finger. It looks like the teeth and femur of a human. Does beg the question, the burial was fresh, or is this all that remains of the body? But I suppose Mr. Albedo is the only one who can answer that. Yeah, just getting... Sucrose had chewed on those bones, so he was just getting rid of them. The streets, or the quest? Thank you, good afternoon to you too. Oh, the stream, yeah. I try to do 2 or 3 a weekend, depending on my energy level. Careful now, Master Duke. I do believe I hear a presumption of guilt in there somewhere. These remain suggesting accelerated decomposition. Considering the defense profession, there's reason to suspect that alchemy is at play here. Used a bunch of acid to melt them. Basically, art of change. Both witnesses saw golden light, a known byproduct of alchemy. Suppose that implies maybe if Geo makes golden light, that alchemy is inherently Geo? It's how the defendant destroyed the bodies. Well, Sucrose can do it with Animo, so no. The light also explains how the witnesses were able to get a clear view of the events in the dark. Interestingly enough, Skirk is going to be Cryo, but it's explicitly stated that her power is not actually vision power. Which, given the fact that we've got Abyss enemies for years now using elements, I suppose the implication there, which I imagine they'll say outright, is that anything non-elemental is forced to be physical or elemental, otherwise Tibet rejects it. Car driver? Okay, where's the pun? But on the drip, which we've seen, it says 7 shifting serpent. Some people have said implies that sort of abyssal characters, we might get 1 for each element. We've seen some interesting models in the beta and animations implying that Dainsleif is going to be Pyro. And in fact, he was actually Datamon as Pyro years ago. People just thought it was wrong, but given that Skirk's animations look very quantum, even if she's doing cryo damage, I could see Dainsleif having Pyro, but with blue flames or something. Just mechanically Pyro. That said, Skirk doesn't really have any special reaction mechanics other than just being locked to hydrocryotines, which is dumb. But it'd be cool if they gave her something kind of like Neo or Chevy that actually buffed the reaction itself. The fact that Frozen cannot be applied to bosses and it just wastes aura is still so stupid. I've talked about this before. They could at least just have it persist for the purpose of things like Blizzard Strayer, but what are you going to do? It's for angle alchemy. Logical assessment, but we have a witness of our own. The afternoon, before the alleged second murder, Mr. Albedo had a lengthy intellectual exchange with his student Sucrose. Two were in the library until the next morning. I'll keep my mouth shut. Why did the discussion last so long? Ms. Sucrose was presenting the results of her research. She noticed some flaws in the data, insisted on reviewing her calculations until the next morning with Mr. Albedo present. They were just kissing. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to be shut up by force. I'm sorry. That's right, we were in the library together. You're certain Mr. Albedo was present the whole time. Yes, and I know Mr. Albedo would never kill someone. He could never be that cruel. So it's more sus-beta stuff. It doesn't make sense to people who didn't play that event 3 or so years ago, but what are you gonna do? Nevertheless, the other witnesses have no reason to lie, telling Miss Sucrose that meeting in the library were awake the whole time. Sounds like a considerable duration ago at that sleep. Yeah, she was on meth. Well, bleh. I do hope you can be truthful with us. It concerns the safety of countless Mondstadt citizens. A crime like this cannot go unpunished. Again, it's not really something I remember often, because rarely is Xenoblade 2 relevant. But Sucrose looks very similar to the character Pandoria from Xenoblade 2. We'll take it from here. During our meeting, Sucrose did fall asleep not long after midnight. It's alright, Sucrose, you don't have to lie for me. This is a sacred place of judgment and the truth is paramount. Should just cast Zone of Truth and say, talk or die. Mr. Albedo. I see that I'm afraid your alibi cannot be substantiated. Do you understand? Sentence is death. You're a homunculus. We're just gonna dismantle you for parts. So I know claiming innocence without proof isn't enough. But the prosecution's argument has its own holes. There's been no mention of a motive or what exact method could reduce a human body to those remains. Eating the flesh. No conclusive evidence of guilt, but the witness accounts do match to an extent that can't be dismissed. This is a tricky one. Settle it with a duel. And that's why they didn't do it in Fontaine. Snake eyes. Allow me to submit another piece of evidence. The investigators intercepted one of Mr. Albedo's correspondences. I will now read the pertinent parts of the court. Dear Sucrose, lately I've developed a taste for human flesh. I'm gonna be eating 2 people in the next few nights. Care to join me? The correspondence. I like that wax seal. No, that envelope does look like it belongs to Mr. Albedo. I've never abandoned the subject of human research. In fact, delving deeper into Dragonspine. This led me to realize that the concept of life could be further expanded and transformed into that of birth. The mystery of human birth is often linked to death. Such death is the most suitable material for the creation of a new life. To that end, we must engage in a process of putrefaction and refinement, to say rot and decay. Putrefaction and refinement. Is that in reference to an alchemical process? The letter continues. Experimental trials have been carried out in the northwestern part of Dragonspine, the area southeast of Mondstadt's main gate. The data is as expected. But where is he getting the bodies, then? Well, presumably just desecration of existing corpses. But just as you endeavor to do, I too shall take up the path of creation and break through current limitations, which a new realm of living beings. I didn't notice they actually modeled his elbows. That's nice. The Albebos. I trust the investigators to confirm this to be the defendant's handwriting and that the letter makes more than passing mention of putrefaction and refinement. Correct, not to mention the locations indicated in the letter match both crime scenes. What more can we trust than the defendant's own words? Trinitas and... If I recall correctly, you get some alchemy mentioned in Narcissenkreuz's books and the Tower of Posthumous, but they switched the process from the real-world version that Albedo mentioned, which goes from black to white to red to gold to red, if I recall correctly, to red to gold at the end, because to represent sort of how they became greedy and perverse and ill-informed, No, it can't be true. I can't believe it. She's gonna kill him with her own two hands. A guilty verdict cannot be delivered without sufficient evidence. In order to protect all parties involved, that is what our principles demand. My original assessment is that we lacked said evidence. So what's the issue here? But now it seems the only remaining questions are the identities of the victims, and a specific alchemical process used in this case. Then we are in agreement. The evidence is conclusive on the charges of murder and lawful disposal of human remains. The court finds the defendant guilty. Sujin? The people in attendance appear shocked, and one can believe a kind and well-mannered person like Albedo could commit such a crime. So they have a nameless dialogue. Not a window, just text. Jean stipulates that they was unsatisfied with the verdict while Tom submit an objection or appeal, but most appear hopeless in this moment. Now take it up to the Mondstadt Supreme Court. As you watch Albedo being taken back to headquarters, you get a strange feeling that something hidden is about to come to light. All comes back to the letter, a secret that you and Albedo know all too well. The people of Mondstadt have yet to discover, yet Suspedo. Why would Albedo do something like that? This has to be a nightmare. So presumably he was working with Suspedo? Albedo told me his secret once that he was a synthetic human created through alchemy. That has something to do with this case, well, I imagine. But what, following in Rhinedottir's footsteps just because he's an alchemical creation can only make him more suspicious. Well, this took a turn for the worse. Not worse in the Japanese, but worst, Sayaka. Rosario, when did you get here? I've been here the whole time. I saw you. Happened to have a message to pass along for us. I should blend into the background. Yes, you're needed at Star Snatch Cliff. He's waiting for you there. And Venti, I imagine. Who is he? We'll know when you get there. Going out. Time is like the wind. It waits for no. Yeah, it's gotta be Venti. Okay. Oh. Just gonna send us right there. Current source seems already our past adventurers would like to quickly go over and review those experiences. Sure. Did this for some of the world quests in Nalan. Shadows Amidst Snowstorms review. And this was 3 years ago. Yeah, go ahead. Show us the sword that people who played the game since then cannot get no matter what. Yeah, and that's why they sold Chiori. The advertised for 5-star weapon is good for Albedo too. Oh, you didn't get his 4-star event sword? Too bad. Spend money. You and Paimon went to Dragonspine to ask Albedo, who was conducting research there, some questions about alchemy, only to encounter a series of strange events. Strange soft noises echoing through the mountains that could not be traced, the ransacking and theft of alchemical notes at the campsite. Albedo disappearing after a chat outside a cave and having no memory of the incident. At the same time, Yua encountered... The fact that Festering Desire is still Furina's best, arguably Furina's best 4-star sword, and I don't have that. It's ridiculous. It's just, okay, seriously? And the pipe is still pretty good, and maybe arguably better in some situations, but still, it's just, I don't have her 5-star. Same time, Yua and... I like fishing. I'm weird. I really like that they have the lava fishing, which, again, Fantasy Life mentioned, Fantasy Life tomorrow, too. But lava fishing was something that game had, and when they brought it in here, every time I did it, I was just, okay, this is just Fantasy Life. You encountered Albedo elsewhere on the bat, attempted to lead a child away. He attacked Yua upon being discovered. You were able to confirm the presence of a mysterious figure impersonating Albedo. That's Primordial Albedo. A running battle ensued, ambushing, being ambushed, hunting, and being hunted. The end, Albedo eliminated the giant mutant Whopper Flower, presenting him yet Flower Mado. It's a fun fight, too. There were more than 2 people wearing that face on the mountain, because there was Albedo, Cespedo, and Flower Mado. Yeah, that was fun, and I believe... fair. It is a bit grindy. Not just a bit. So now... let's go up here and elevator our way up. Albebo. Thank you. Leanne's troubles. Well, she is up there. Can't find her. Let's see. And... oh, but its path is blocked. I hate you. Die. Come on. I think we have enough. Oh, but certain parties were not there at the time, but I did do Dia's trail challenge. And did I remember to put it on her? Let's make sure. Yeah, it's equipped. Good. Which was a crazy DPS check that I only barely managed to do. Using a very strong artifact set, actively leveling all of her talents to 999 for the fight, and using Mavika's signature. It was just genuinely ridiculous. But I beat it, and that's what matters. Yeah, and having her C1. Berries, yeah, sure. Get some tiny amount of friendship experience. Sure did. Thank you. Yay. Okay. Let's go up. Back to the quest, and oh, that took me out of... it didn't take me out of focus experience mode, but... okay. Alright, cool. Let's put the people we actually want back in, and there's not a faster way to get there, huh? Yeah, okay. Oh, I was trying to use the hold to send myself back a tiny bit, but... yeah, we should just use the dash. Cool. Hello, Electro Crystal. Electro Crystals are actually the best way to run. Let me see. And oh, right, I do have a Lunar Chain. Let me just see what that looks like, because I haven't actually played with that. And we haven't procced it. That is harder to get than I'd like. There we go. And of course, she's not built for damage at all. She has a tenacity set and a... oh, and also a, well, level Fab Codex, because other people are using the real one, that's right. Okay, cool. So we're not actually top. No, and yeah, it's Venti. Who else did you think? And Wind Ring's there. Oh, presumably to get back to Mondstadt. I'll travel with Paimon. Get your arrival upon the wind. Were you looking for me? No, we hate you. I'm going to push you off the cliff. Venti? Did he send us that message? Kinyuyaro. Something bored, I think. No, I did. 2 evil twinks. Let's kill you both. Well, where did you come from? Wait, Venti, do you know this guy's name is? Oh, what is his name again? Yeah, first time we've seen you. Didn't think I was that unmemorable. I'm Dahlia, deacon of the Church of Venti, and a herald of the Animal Archon Barbados. Not gonna forget next time, right? So call this here so we can meet with Venti. That's right, I noticed you during the trial, the legendary honorary knight. Seemed a lot of thoughts on your mind, so I thought we should have a chat. It's funny how just invisible that nail is. No one mentions it. After all, I am the hero of Barbados, so the people of Mondstadt are in danger. Just keep the Animo Archon in the loop. Wait, then you know about... Ah, about what? The fact that my tavern hopping nomad and friend is Barbados himself. Don't worry, Dahlia, in our quest he knows everything. Besides, the god needs someone to communicate, and the range it over there too, and the cubes. To communicate their world in a formal setting, and no one does that better than Dahlia. Are you sure? Not that I saw that coming when we first met, but back to matter at hand, I believe you two already know about Albedo's background. I mean, his true identity, then yeah, we do. So you know to Venti, that's surprisingly Archon-like of you. Read his mind on the wind or something. Well, I knew from the moment Rhinedottir and Alice brought Albedo to Mondstadt. Those two are in town, no one can afford to slack off. And we still got the placeholder terrain. The Crown Prince, a perfect specimen of synthetic life, Chalk Prince. At this stage of the case, there are countless questions surrounding Albedo's motive. His true identity is a potential weakness. Synthetic being loses control of their sanity and goes on a killing spree. So a novel would frame the story, and people are inclined to agree. By destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything. Albedo was told us before that humans often value the ordinary over the transcendent and miraculous. The slightest difference is perceived as other, a very common phenomenon. Like your evil snake eyes. Which means we need to find a way to help your friend. What do you know about the situation, Venti? Well, I know that Albedo is a synthetic being, but all strange things have been happening in Mondstadt, even though Wind Bloom should be about drinking and having fun. For some people, it's the same thing. Wind Bloom. Our wonderful festival. We noticed that too the minute we got here, something was off. Share your observations with Venti and Dahlia. I picked up on most of those too. Miles is out of sorts, Beatrice seems anxious. Though I didn't know, Dawn had stopped being interested in Master Diluc. Yeah, exactly, you found a way to just tune that out by now. Mokyomi? No longer interested. When no love remains for the songs to tell, the world becomes not but an empty shell. Cruel is it, cruel nuit, not for a hero who could set us all free. They don't really rhyme in the other languages. Which is... poetry with a verse structure. Well, with a... oh, metered poetry, as in terms of syllables, is often better than poetry that just rhymes. That's what I'm saying. What are you getting at, tone-deaf bard? I'm just making a comment, there are always unavoidable trials in life, at least that's what Barbados would say. Yeah, how would you know that? A certain someone is going to need to overcome a trial like that. In such cases, even the Seven know better than to tamper with fate. Fate? I thought this was Genshin. So if only there was a brave soul willing to aid their friend in his time of need. Should meet as terrible fate, all of Mondstadt could be worse for it. If you wanted our help, you could have just asked, you know. Oh well, even if Albedo wasn't the center of this case, protecting Mondstadt is part of being an honorary knight, right? Mondo Mamoru. You'll still have help, of course, which is why I prepared a little surprise at Behold. Oh. That pup remembers that Jumpy Dumpty. Oh, the Jumpy Dumpty phone from Golden Apple 2. Don't worry, I removed the fuse, so it's not going to explode. Say hello to the Dodo communication device. Yep. Alice's out-of-world technology. So this thing belongs to you now. Well, we're old pals. Didn't think she'd care if I lowered it for a few days. Anyway, this invention will help from a trick of mine wants to keep in touch. Let's take it out, we can chat, we'll do our best to uncover the truth. That's all I ask. No matter what comes, you have the wind on your side. Oh, first part of the quest? No, it's still going. I suppose we're old pals too at this point. Indeed, your companionship is like a breeze that lingers in the air, warm and familiar. And all this time, I never witnessed Lord Barbados approach anything in a serious matter. Perhaps this time I'm in for something special. Barbados seriously give him too much credit. Third person, Hardly, it's not blind faith, you know I was had unwavering belief in the Animo Archon. Well, is that so? I wonder what Barbados thinks about that. Perhaps we should pray to him and find out. Good idea. I'll tell myself it deciphered his drunken musings from her 3 trips to the tavern last one. She's assured to reveal itself in time. Ah, you know what? Forget about Barbados. Don't treat me to a drink instead. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Broke. To your friend like you, never. You're both going off the cliff. And now, a return to the special story mode. Interesting. Well then. And no rings, I suppose. Guess that would have been something different, or would it have been? Let me see. Let me check that again. Come on. And come on. Let's go up another time, because I don't know what I'm doing. Yo. Yo. And, okay. Over this way, I suppose. Should be fine. Would be interesting to see if and when they add doormen. Well, when they add doormen, how much is going to be there? Whether we'll get any kind of meaningful exploration there. We might get some new mechanics, maybe. That would be real nice. Can only hope for so much. Not quite. Around here, right? And those Animo rings disappeared. What were they even for? And they are still back. Still here. Didn't take that long to get there. But it is interesting seeing that very vanilla exploration. Oh, we got our portal again. Hello. Return. You didn't even give us a prompt. You just did it. It sends you inside. No, you all must be shocked, but the evidence is solid. Albedo's situation is not looking good. Is it looking bad, or maybe just okay? Still don't believe Albedo would do something like that using living people as alchemical test subjects. Like something out of a novel. Perhaps it's best for me to remain impartial, but I've worked with Albedo before. He's an alchemist, not a sadist. Wow. You know doctors. This version of events is as hard for me as accept as anyone. But Varka once said Albedo is very different from the rest of us. Perhaps there are things we still need to learn about him. So she doesn't know, that's right. Let's see what Albedo has to say for himself first. Would you mind giving me a moment, everyone? Private matter requires my attention. This cage, the Albedo cage. Hey, Jean. Traveler Palma, perfect timing. Kai has a favor to ask. Oh, and it seems they actually changed, I think, the view of the outside from Jean's room. Maybe, let me check. Like Jean said, after the verdict, we have time to submit an appeal, and I will do my utmost to convince Albedo to accept. He's been acting strange. I can't read him for the life of me. I need you two to start investigating the case. Investigating the case.
いずれにせよ、お前にも調査を進めてもらえればと思ってな。そうだ。
Yes, it's also time for you to get involved. Do you want to join the joint investigation? And sure, we're just adventurers after all. As well as honorary members, and that's Relonius and Albedo's friends, Kat and I already have an official involvement in this case. We have a pair of fresh eyes.
君だけは客観的かつ自由な立場を保てる。
I know it's against the spirit of the season to task you with this, but Albedo is a trusted member of our ranks. We owe him the benefit of the doubt, and we're still looking into the case on my own. I know we get to the bottom of this travel, you never failed us in our time of need. Okay. Believe in you. But what if the accusations turn out to be true? Well, then... If you've got that evidence, then you will have done Mondstadt a great service all the same. Something important. We're expecting a retrial. Until then, you're welcome to have a look around Albedo's office on the second floor. I'm counting on you. Oh, we finally get to go to the second floor. Exciting. Let me check. Albedo's office, and... Yeah, they have... changed. I wonder if it's for the normal version too, and yeah, this must be a special version because you don't have no sword in the ceiling either. They've actually loaded in a somewhat low poly version of Mondstadt. It looks somewhat like, yeah, more or less like the actual external area. Some correspondence. That's fun. Check and see. I don't have the brain power to really think and identify right now, but before it was very, very simple. That'd be for the actual terrain outside the city is nothing. Well, let me check. Well, that there, does that actually correspond to that pavilion? So Jean's room would be here, wouldn't it? Seems to have kind of flipped itself around. That is quite strange. It's the entrance. This is Jean's room. It should be going out this way. Means it opens up. It actually looks a little weird, because it is terrain, but it doesn't exactly match. Weird. Okay. Thank you for agreeing to investigate. We're counting on you. So, open the door, and will this open? This will, and no NPCs, and yeah, we can't do theater. Nobody is in the library. Can't read the rules. Then, of course, no prompt for Klea's room. This would exit the mode. Let's go up top. See. Yeah, the Windboom Festival should be a joyous affair, but not all is as it seems in Mondstadt. Upon your return, you hear rumors of an incident involving Albedo that can barely believe. More credible still is that he's been accused of murder. To uncover the truth, you join the crowd on their way to the courthouse. Yeah, and finally we get to go upstairs and... Yeah, now they added a third floor that you can't reach. Hilarious. And then... Round and... Oh, we can't even reach the far door. Get sucked into cutscene. Alright, wait, Captain Kai, surely I can't just... It's true are your engine's order. She asked him to investigate Albedo's office. Oh, in that case, head on in. Dozo. You look old. Yeah. So there's Albedo's office, pretty much exactly how Paladin pictured it. You've got some alchemy furniture items and a lot of the models that were used for the special potions and the alchemy event last year. That one was fun. Anytime they do a business management event, it's always nice. The first one they did was the alcohol one, Ballads and Brews, and they made it good with the alchemy one. And now, I want to see what the amusement park event is like, but I'll be doing that next week. Which is exactly how Paimon pictured it. I'd have some work of my own, so leave you to it. Good luck, you two. Gonna lock us in and set off the explosives, huh? Right back at ya. Kirby, right back at ya. Never mind. Okay. Investigate Albedo's desk. What else is in here? We got a typewriter, we got... nothing. And a book. The Albe book. Investigate the book. See what we can find. See the test tube. The research notes. There's a test tube on the shelf with some black powder residue at the bottom. That would probably be the putrefaction. Next to it was a neatly written note. Chalk is the next stage after soil. Oh, it's... yeah, it's the dirt, but the currently available materials are still insufficient to construct a stable structure. I have no idea what that means. Not sure if it's too hard for Paimon or too hard for anyone outside this line of work. Let's see. Okay. I absolutely don't understand. For non-alchemists. Lockbox. A lockbox sits on the desk. The ledge bears signs of wear suggesting the importance of whatever lies within. The box likely remained locked most of the time. But now the lid remains wide open, as if the owner was forced to leave in a hurry and didn't have time to lock it. Perhaps the letter intercepted by the investigators was once stored here. The remaining contents shouldn't hold much weight as conclusive evidence, but you still get a strange feeling after reviewing them. In elegant penmanship, the letter reads, "In addition, I do happen to have some information on the subject of our last discussion. The materials and arcane formation required for human transmutation. Full Metal Alchemist. The formations in these records likely originate from the Conran art of Chemia, but relevant documentation has not been well maintained over time, so I cannot guarantee there are no errors or omissions. Thanks for past assistance, I've enclosed the records with this letter. That does not mean I support your pursuit of this research. Ethics aside, I'm not convinced it's even possible to create a human whose existence is identical to our own. The idea that the dynamic of creator and creation could exist within the same species is cause for concern. Even with a talent like yours, I must urge you to proceed with caution. The signature belongs to an unfamiliar name, one that also appears in an alchemy book nearby. Skim the preface and learn that the author is an old and accomplished alchemist. But not gold. The person is likely a friend from Albedo's academic circle, someone who owed Albedo a favor, but also urged him to refrain from conducting dangerous research. Human transmutation, is Albedo seriously looking into that? Yeah, Paimon doesn't want to think about that. Doesn't look good, but this letter can't directly prove that Albedo did anything. Besides, a technique like that must be too dangerous to share with the public, right? That's why it wasn't brought up during the trial. And what else? The book is probably going to be last. The research notes. Albedo's notes line the table. They resemble the ones you've seen before, but the contents are different this time. Investigate the research notes on the desk. As always, the penmanship is impeccable, careful, and neat with a certain elegance in its uniformity, much like the man itself, and unlike Xingqiao's handwriting. One of the notes reads, "Putrefaction should be regarded as a counter-simulation to the process of life, like a highly efficient and destructive spell of rot." Rot? Millennia? Blade of Mikola? Never mind. Upon use, the target will decay. With an extremely short period of time. Turning into dust that is nearly invisible to the naked eye, before dissipating into the air and the water went down the wrong pipe. I'm stupid. So he was probably trying to make bodies. Lifeless bodies, not corpses, and then disposing of them through decomposition. Okay, so they didn't say that, so it's gotta be the book. But of course, it's easy to miss the rest, and that's referring to creation, the letters. Investigate the book. There's a stack of books on the desk, most relating to alchemy, environmental science, Dragonspine, I imagine, and life science. Some of the pages have been marked with alchemical symbols, and others have S-shaped or triangular symbols drawn on them. Any potential meaning is unclear, and he drew the cool S. Well, these books are so fancy, Albedo must have gone to great lengths to get them.
しかも歴史もあるみたいだ。
Investigate underneath the book. Oh. Oh. After moving the book, the desk looks almost empty. Hidden compartment. Her hand slipped while moving the book, causing the hardcover book to strike the desk. The resulting noise is a bit unusual. It's subtle, but to an experienced adventurer, it sounds too hollow. Almost like there's a compartment within the desk. Investigate underneath the desk. Anything else that's shown up in the meantime? No. Wait, it looks like there's a hidden compartment under the desk. Sukue. There does appear to be a compartment added to one side of the desk. It was very well hidden. The lock mechanism is complex and seems to involve elemental power in some way. Perhaps you could try using the power of Geo. And the hidden compartment opens. Inside lies a piece of paper with more information. Investigate the paper on a clipboard. Had a construction site. Got people. Holy Vesuvian, man. Festering is also a manifestation of rot. What about desire? When festering forces and a sufficient amount of life energy collide, the two will repel each other, triggering a powerful side effect. When I tested this in an alchemical experiment, the results of the refinement were startling. Breaking through the shackles of life, the simulation of a primordial human project, I must take advantage of this opportunity. I imagine, yeah, they didn't change the number of boxes to match the English characters. Primordial human project. What was that in Japanese? Well, they don't say. Oops. But, you know, human, presumably, they would have said ningen. So that would have been 2 characters at the end, and I don't know, primordial, what would that be? I don't know. 2 characters, maybe. The name of the project is blotted out in ink. What could it be? The note mentioned festering forces, which suggests that Dragonspine could be involved somehow. This has something to do with creating synthetic life. Would Albedo go that far for one of his experiments? No, that can't be. But the notes is a map with a few markings on it. 2 of the marked locations correspond to the crime scenes. A 3rd appears to be in Dragonspine. So we'll check these out, and... oh, that's southeast of the main gate by far, and it's more like the pond, and... Bidon Wandery, and then... the Heart of Durin. It's a hard pill to swallow, but if the results of the joint investigation are correct, there could be a body hidden in that last location, or at the very least what remains of one. Oh, what does this mean? Do you think something might also be buried at the last location? Right, that seems to be it for this place. Should go tell Jean what we found. Ikoze. Oh, okay, we just went straight there. Dodo, Dodo, Dodocone, Dodo communication device. Come on. Dodo, Dodo, Dodocone. Oh, Venti's calling, let's answer. How's the investigation going? Find anything? Found stuff alright, stuff that only makes Albedo look even more suspicious. I see, so Albedo's researching something that doesn't help his case, huh? Share what you learned with Venti. Not promising, we should be grateful Albedo's true identity remains hidden. Gets out that he's one of Rhinedottir's creations, there'll be no separating him from the past. As we would know, Rhinedottir's approach to alchemy and ethics was pure madness. The evidence you just found, what's to say, could convince even those closest to him of his guilt, perhaps even you. I don't think the handwriting was faked, and the notes also sounded like him. Then it comes down to trust. Do you trust Albedo? I don't know, but I want to. Absolutely, I do. I do. Let's be nice. Yeah, he's our friend. We should keep the faith. He's not Barbados, so we don't worship him. Do we? And if he really is the culprit, he must have had a reason, right? Fun. The reason was fun. Maybe he's just not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, that must be it. Well. Da-da-da. Either way, a fair investigation means coming to a conclusion presented by the facts. Does that mean even Venti no longer believes in him? Remaining objective has its own value. Remember, none of this is your fault. Let's report back with an honest assessment of the facts. Yeah. Shirenaikedo, something you don't understand. Well, let's go and find Jean and tell her what we learned. Things gonna blow up. Oh, Miles was spying. Hey, that's Miles. What's he doing here? Oh, sorry, I heard voices. Wasn't sure if we should check who was inside. Why did we not close the door? Come on. It's okay, we're here on Jean's orders. I see, I'll leave you to it. Hold on, you didn't hear what we were saying, did you? Oh, not really. Nothing that made sense anyway. Well, do us a favor and just forget anything you might have heard, okay? Don't think it works like that. I'm sure you got it. And go to location marked on the map, mysterious map. Not found the hidden compartment seems important. Should check out the marked location. Let's check that map. Let me see if there's anything in the other locations too, actually. Oh, well, we could check. Alright, let's see what we can find, and that's just the stuff from before. Festering is also a manifestation of rot when... Yeah, I've seen this already. This repeats this all. Okay. Oh, but we can see the rest of the map. So by that pond, by... North of the rock, by Dun Winery. I want to see if anything is listed there. Well, what if we talk to her now? Before going to the location. Open up. Is Jean in here right now, or... Yeah. Thank you for agreeing to investigate. We're counting on you. We didn't tell her anything. Come on. Stupid. You went on railroaded. So it's by this pond here. Let me see. And now... Is there going to be anything? Again, probably not. Oh, hello. And... Got our crit rate up for the Blizzard Strayer. Good. I'll use you a little bit. Do have a C6. Do want to see how that might go against certain enemies. What I really should have done was just mark the location outright with a marker, but... Yeah, it's nothing here now. It's interesting that they've got locations marked regardless. Let me see. No, it is not raining anymore. Okay. No kind of disturbed earth or anything. Okay. Already dug it up, and there was nothing. Okay. Check, the other one was around this way. So let's just go over to Durin's corpse. Yeah, okay. With the snow, should we tell a scary story? Again, nothing to even notate those locations. Actually, maybe that's what's up with these Hilitrals. Yeah, these towers here. Okay, cool. And let's do it like this. Come on. And hit. Thanks. Alright. And take it down. Come on. Hit. You. Oh, of course, I wasn't paying attention. Been a long time since we got to use you for anything. Come on. Guess we could use your burst again. Thanks. And got some back. Kinda. Cool. Okay. That didn't do anything, but we got to use them. Yeah, as you can see, 4 icicles because Kai is C6. He's fun. Best way to... Well, actually, it's... No, the cave's not in there. It's actually not by the corpse, it's in the
せっかくの
tunnel.
雪だ。階段でもしてやろう。
Oh, there's our tree. Wait, is it in the tunnel, or is it in the corpse? Well, let's go through. Hello.
おとなしくしやがって。
Got our physical, and this does not mean anything. No, we're... Ouch.
こいつはどうだ？
Come on. This is outright wasting time. Okay. Well, yeah. We're just gonna have... Ouch. Forgot about that. I'm just gonna ignore her. I think that's okay. Yep, and this was the one-way gate, and no, we actually are going inside. The Durin belly. Hello, you're not my problem right now. And it's... down... Wait, is it? Or... wait. Oh, so it's actually up top. That's even weirder. It has been 5 billion years since I last did anything on Dragonspine. I like this place, though. Oh, and we... Right, and now we're getting cold. I forgot about that. Oops. Well, just get up here before that becomes a problem. And... hello. Yeah. Right under here, and let's not. We should be getting close. Carefully examine the ground, and it's warm? Is that an intended mechanic, or is it just so you don't freeze to death during the cutscene? Carefully examine the ground. Although everything is covered in snow, as a seasoned adventurer, you notice a spot on the ground that looks quite different from its surroundings. I don't think this would be hard to spot for anyone. Remove the snow and find a sizable hole underneath large enough to fit a human body. But the hole is completely empty, and the surrounding markings make it look like something was dug up. Did an animal do this, or some monster? Here, there's a hole, but no body. Strange hole. The prosecution's argument is that Albedo used alchemy to destroy the bodies, but this location is different from the other two. A little different. Why not fill the hole or smooth out the ground like the other places? If one person did all this, why not remove the traces like the others? And if Albedo isn't the one responsible, why was this location marked in his notes? Return to the Knights of Venti, doubts swirling in your mind. This is Albedo. It should be crystallized. Oh well. Jean Donshaw, you're back. Did you find anything? No. Yeah, but none of it helps Albedo's case. Tell Jean about your findings from Albedo's office and the inconsistency in the mountains. I see. Soka. A complicated result, but your efforts are appreciated. Did Albedo submit an appeal? Yes, he asked for a retrial. There are still questions surrounding the identities of the victims and the disappearance of the bodies. The minimal remains that were uncovered have been sent for forensic analysis, which should provide some answers. It's just... what's wrong? If the victims turn out to be Mondstadt citizens, then the situation becomes all the more serious. The second trial would likely have to be open to the public. And I doubt public sentiment will be in Albedo's favor. Yeah, no, and the charges are so serious, The second trial is set to take place in 2 days. I hope you consider attending this one as well. Of course we'll be there. In the meantime, we should all just stay positive. Make like blood and be positive. Well said, when the time comes, I'll carry out my duty to the best of my ability. Thank you. And... Miles. Is Albedo pretending to be Miles, or... Hi. The second trial is set to take place in 2 days. I hope you consider attending this one as well.
また出席してほしい。
At that time. その時は I wonder if we can go upstairs still. Yeah, can't go to the 3rd floor. It is really funny that they finally let us go to the 2nd floor, and then they added a 3rd floor that we still can't go to. The book is gone, we can't investigate anymore. So if we missed that dog, we would have, well, missed that dialogue. Since you have Master Jean's permission, you're free to investigate the office anytime. Thank you. Oh, now we can check out the nothing that's there. Wonder whose office that would be. Let's make time pass. And it's still this one. What the heck? This is a long quest. Still got our placeholder terrain. On the CBT map, the content beta test map before the game ever came out, it's supposed to be a black castle north of Mondstadt. Probably something Abyss Order related, I imagine, but still have no mention of that and no clue as to what that could be. They've been good about keeping stuff in from the original conceptualization, but meet up with Jean, it's about time for the 2nd trial. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, especially since in Nala Volcano there was meant to be a quote-unquote Arabalika fight club, as in Arabalika from Samira Aranara, but that didn't happen. We got the wrestling ring, but nothing to actually do in it, unfortunately. And no Arabalika. We might get an event there eventually. It'd be fun. But, oh well. And it's still just this quest. You're kidding. Ah, you too? Let me know if you're ready and we'll head out. Ready? I have something to take care of first. Of course, let me know when you're done. Come on. Ready? Alright, follow me. And now, cutscene or what? What scene? We're just back in the church room. Ladies and gentlemen, we now convene for the 2nd trial against Mr. Albedo. I, Jin Gunhilder, will once again oversee the proceedings. It's the same people as last time, huh? Representatives on both sides remain unchanged, and Mr. Dahlia will continue to serve as assessor. Again, that 3rd chair. Mr. Ruther represents the prosecution. Mr. Kai speaks on behalf of the defense. The defendant in this case is Mr. Albedo, captain of the investigation team. Then I now bring this trial to order. Hajimeyo. Miss Hertha, have the investigators made any new discoveries? Well, yes, we sent the teeth and the femur bone found at the scene to the church's medical office, able to conclude that these are in fact human remains. But of whom? Not like they have DNA testing, do they? In addition, the investigators were able to identify several Mondstadt citizens who appear to have been missing for quite some time. Forensic analysis of the remains allowed us to pinpoint the age and gender of the deceased. Interestingly, one of the missing individuals matches that profile to a T. And it's probably the guy from Missing Adventurer who became the dad that Suspedo probably was impersonating. The medical office couldn't spare the personnel, so Ms. Rosari is here to present the results to the court. Medical office. Hanselman, oh, not him, just random other guy. Male, 46 years old, marital status single, occupation hunter. Consistent with the conclusion in the last trial, his disappearance went unreported, likely due to his lack of relatives. In addition, medical records show that he sustained a mechanism-related injury to his leg 30 years ago. The damage on the femur bone Mr. Diluc found is consistent with such an injury. Yeah. His leg got caught in one of the 2 animal traps that we got from Razor's story quest. Therefore, we can conclude that one of the victims in this case is Hanselman. Specialized technique was likely used to accelerate the rate of decomposition. Is it reasonable to assume this technique to be alchemical in nature? Alchemical or magical, both are possible. It's interesting that they make a distinction between these two. To be fair, one is basically magic science. Thank you for your testimony. The identity of one of the victims is now confirmed, but what about the defendant's motive? And those are our books. Considering what he wrote in the letter, we can deduce that the defendant needed subjects for an alchemy experiment, who better than individuals whose disappearance would go unnoticed. Presumably, if they were corpses he was experimenting on, or maybe he was trying to resurrect them. Or, I don't know. In other words, he sacrificed the good people of Mondstadt for his own gain. Truly a vile act. I don't like you. In addition, other witnesses agreed to testify Miss Donna if you would. Another one, huh? Another one. Wait, Donna from the flower shop. Has something to do with her getting over Duke? Oh, I'm sorry it took me so long to come forward. But the night Master Duke saw Mr. Albedo, I was there too. Ah, you finally got your little date. That's cute. Or were you just stalking him? Oh. I was camping with a friend. We decided to stop near Dragonspine. I couldn't really get comfortable that night, so around dawn I decided to go for a walk, and that's when I saw Master Duke. So you and your friend decided to go stalk Duke. I thought it might be no chance, so I headed in his direction, and then I saw it. Someone at the bottom of the cliff was getting rid of a body. I was terrified the person might see me. Even after I fled, I couldn't shake that fear, and I started to wish I never had a crush on Master Duke in the first place. Bad experience. Yep, exactly. So Miles... But what was Miles doing? If I'd wanted to talk to him, I never would have been in that situation. You sure? I didn't want to come forward because I was scared. Miss Hertha convinced me it was the right thing to do. I am sorry it took so long. Lame. I see. Naruhodo. Just stepping forward was brave enough, Miss Donna. Exclamation mark, and now you're back to square one. The court thanks you for your courage and commitment to justice. I imagine Kai and Dialog are competing a little, even if none of them like her. How callous. Ah, yes, thank you. The two witnesses corroborate the same sequence of events. That just leaves the question of how the defendant disposed of the bodies. I believe the answer lies in the alchemical technique mentioned in the letter. The defendant is the most accomplished alchemist in Mondstadt. He has the skill, no question. Special investigator also uncovered some relevant evidence on that subject when I present it to the court. Me? What does she mean? The evidence we found in Albedo's office. The following are pieces of evidence uncovered in Mr. Albedo's office, the most important of which is this map. Konochizu. And this cheese. Hand-drawn map, yep, there we go. Huh. This map is found within the defendant's notes. And the markings correspond with the description of the letter and the locations of the crime scenes. Does this map belong to you? No, is this your thing? Yes, Were you the one who marked these locations? Soda, yes. It's true. Do you realize that's basically a mission of guilt, don't you? The evidence against you is nearly insurmountable. Yameta? No, stop. Since you uncovered that compartment, I might as well expound on the matter. With witnesses and physical evidence, what you could possibly say in your defense is trying to avoid admitting to being a homunculus, I imagine. What I always have, I never killed a single person. Killed that? You killed 3 people. Oh, you have some nerve saying that when the evidence is stacked against you. Miss Hertha, you presented a meticulous and convincing case. I'll give you that, but I will not admit to something I didn't do.
だけどこのまま罪を認めるつもりはない。
So what, you're just going to bombard the court with excuses? It's a rather dismissive way to refer to an innocent man speaking his own defense. Besides, I'm not making excuses, I'm exercising patience. Or I could just kill all of you. That will make the charges against you disappear, Mr. Albedo. Perhaps not, but patience comes with its own reward. It's easy for things to remain buried in snow, till someone comes along and brushes it away.
誰かが降り積もった雪を払いのけないといけないこともある。
Albedo seems serious but unfazed. Does that mean he really didn't do anything untoward? Mentioned brushing off the snow. Is that supposed to be a hint? If it was a hint, that must have something to do with Dragonspine, which reminds me, one of the locations marked on the map we found was in Dragonspine, wasn't it? Traveler, you're the one who uncovered the notes, right? Then I'm assuming you visited the third location marked on the map as well. Yes. Can you tell us what you found? Nothing, because they probably got up and came back to life. Nod your head and give an honest account of the scene you found on Dragonspine. Whatever was kept in the hole was gone, and the surrounding area bore the marks of an unknown creature. With everything covered in snow, no one knew there was something to discover in the first place. And there must also have been a body. I need to think about this. What clues am I missing? First mark location, the second mark location, the third mark location. Interpret. First mark location is your Mondstadt, Beatrice Albedo. Use alchemy to dig a hole and bury a body there. Single men's shoe and a torn piece of fabric were found in the bushes nearby. Taken together, this evidence seems to suggest that Albedo killed someone and concealed the body. The second mark location is between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery, where Dulux Albedo buried the body of an adult male. Dulux described nearly the same events as Beatrice. There's no reason for them to collude against Albedo, so their testimony should be trustworthy. Dulux found teeth and a femur bone in the scene. Donna confirmed his version of events because she was also there that night. Donnamo. So what is Miles doing, though? It's his involvement. The two should have no reason to set Albedo up. Spider Crush, Donna wouldn't lie about something like that just to get Dulux's attention. Good for her. Not to mention, Donna's been acting strange since before the trial. Third. The third mark location is in Dragonspine. Well, we knew about it because we found the map in the hidden compartment. During our investigation, Paimon and I discovered a hole beneath the snow big enough to hide a human body. There were also claw marks around the outside. But there's no body or any remains whatsoever. Someone eat it. Interpret associate. According to the forensic results, the teeth and femur bone belong to a Mondstadt citizen, when his account suggests that Albedo was the last person to come into contact with his body. Did Albedo really use alchemy to reduce the body to a few bones, and does that mean he's the killer? Associate with the human remains, and that doesn't make sense. Oh, differences between the marked locations. Albedo marked these three locations on the map found in the hidden compartment. Some similarities and differences between them. One's on Dragonspine, but what about the others? Based on what we know, all three locations were likely used to hide bodies. Holes dug in each area certainly seem big enough. The size of the hole. But unlike the first two locations, there were claw marks around the hole in the third location, and no witnesses saw anything happen there. Dragonspine assumed all matters of monsters and wild animals. Some kind of creature dug up the body, but why wasn't that the case in the other locations? We're just gonna stall and say, investigate more. Marks didn't look fresh, which means the whole of the third location has been there longer than the other two.
3つ目の穴ができたのは他の2つの穴よりも前ってことになる。もし
But for the whole, the third location wasn't made around the same time. Does that mean it's connected to a separate incident?
犯行時期も違うってこと？
Suspedo incident. And Dragonspine's ecosystem, Albedo's identity. That leads to the next part. Most people know, so there was nothing to submit in those first set. It was all red herrings. Albedo is an alchemist and the captain of the investigation team. But in truth, he's the Chalk Prince, a synthetic human created by one of the 5 sinners called Rhinedottir. Rhinedottir. Albedo is steadfast, intelligent, treats others with kindness and respect. I think most people would agree with that assessment. He's also a calculated thinker. It's fair to say that if he did commit a crime, it would likely be well concealed. Up until now, Albedo has never displayed any ill will toward humanity. He also still seems like his normal self. I was afraid I should reveal the truth about his identity and only make things worse for him. Yeah, what if we just get a bad ending by doing this? Associate Interpret. Dragonspine is a frigid climate and is covered in snow all year round. And so it's home to various monsters and climate creatures that can withstand the cold. It's about Suspedo, I imagine. Deep within the mountain lies the remains of an even more mysterious creature, Durin. Although the dragon has been dead for a long time, he still possesses peculiar life energy. And Mario is sort of a demonic dragon, or a magical dragon. Sort of half and half, kinda. Not a term that translates all that well. Now that I think about it, a lot of strange things have happened on Dragonspine. Yeah, you think? And associate with that. And encounters on Dragonspine. Interpret, it's Suspedo. Sorry, we gotta out you. Talk about Suspedo. Almost forgot, Pong and I once encountered someone on Dragonspine who looked exactly like Albedo, and we weren't the only ones. Wait a second, someone who looks exactly like him. Well, yeah, I knew that. Yep, obvious enough. I'm guessing Albedo is a plan, so I should help him out. But what does he want me to do? Announce a break in the case? No, I should play it safe. Since I made an honest assessment of the facts, I should be honest about my doubts too. It's only fair. Besides, I think I understand what Albedo was trying to tell me just now. I'd like to address the court if I may. I was going to investigate the office, and I believe the results are answers to questions. Yay, Traveler is talking! Regarding the 2 cases addressed in the previous trial, it was established that after disposing the bodies, it used the alchemy to restore the ground to its original state. And who else can do that other than Albedo? Suspedo. But that wasn't the case at the 3rd location. The hole was still there with dirt scattered around the perimeter, looking more like something had been dug up. He does have a nice voice, honestly, too. It's got a bit of a low whistle to it. This was all done by one person. Why wasn't the 3rd scene given the same treatment as the others? Why weren't the traces removed? In addition, the markings around the 3rd location weren't fresh, which suggests that the Dragonspine incident happened at a different time. Different and earlier. For those reasons, I believe there's still reasonable doubt in this case, and I hope the verdict reflects that. Thank you. Astute as ever, Traveler? Yep. Questions there may be, but allow me to point out there was no evidence to suggest that anyone besides the defendant knew about the 3rd location, and that was found in his notes. That fact alone makes the most plausible subject, unless Mr. Albedo suddenly plans to deny the map belongs to him. Well, presumably again, you are working with Suspedo. Allow me to respond to the Traveler's points. If all I cared about was proving my innocence, I would indeed do as you described, Miss Rotha, and deny any connection to the map. But that is not what I intend to do, and the map does belong to me, and I did hide things at those 3 locations. What? There were indeed bodies at each location. I did kill and bury someone on Dragonspine. But it was Suspedo. I must admit it, while the record reflects the defendant has confessed to his crimes. She is incredibly obnoxious here in a way that she never was. It would appear she was literally just a quest giver before. You're mistaken, Miss Hertha. The story doesn't end there.
僕が処理した相手について言っておかないといけないことがある。
Oh? Yellow face. Some time ago, I encountered an uninvited guest on Dragonspine. Someone who wanted to take advantage of the deserted nature of the region to eliminate me in secret. And you were in that quest too. Why isn't Amber here then? She was there too. His desire to kill me led to an altercation where I killed him instead. Buried the body on the mountain, the third location marked on the map. Okay, so that suggests that the missing dad is the real dad. Or maybe that Suspect was used to resurrect him or something? I don't know. But either way, there was some implication that Albedo killed Suspect at the end of Shadows... underneath? Between? I forget that. Shadows whatever, Snowstorms. And I guess this confirms it. With the body on the mountain, the third location marked on the map. Yep. Actually, Traveler Amber, Ben and I were at Albedo that day. Fought the Flower Beto. Yeah. It's a good cutscene too. Benetto. The Adventurers Guild was holding an event on Dragonspine. After it ended, we all left the area. The person Albedo is referring to is different from the one we encountered on the mountain. The altercation must have occurred after we left. So that hole is 3 years old. I'll be fair, it's not like it would have really gotten buried on a snow mountain without lots of soil movement, but it only proves that defendant is guilty on all counts. Those innocent people, their blood is on your hands. But not call Suspect innocent. No, you're wrong. Denied after admitting to murder for the whole court to hear. Clearly you lost your mind. Die. If you would want me finished, Miss Hertha, I could get to the important part. The man who attacked me on Dragonspine was my height with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in clothes nearly identical to mine. Oh, but he doesn't want to explain the homunculus doppelganger stuff. So someone who happens to look exactly like you, and he was not there, right? Exactly like him. So I was right, it does come back to what happened back then. It's one thing to look similar, but for the clues to be the same. What's going on? I don't want to be here anymore. Okay, go home. Regardless, the important thing is that you admit to killing someone on Dragonspine in self-defense. Yes, I killed someone that day, someone who looked nearly identical to me. But I never said that someone was a person. Yeah, exactly. Is killing a homunculus a crime? See, then it appears I need to withdraw my testimony. What? Everyone, I brought her. Her? Wait, you? Mate. Oh, the person just came in, and they heard that. Oh! Yeah, we got doppelgangers. What's going on? Who are you? Why do you wear my face? Oh, that's why she was an annoying... God of a bitch. Because it's not really her. Calmer looking her, the hell out of you too. Framed by Suspect pretending to be another different person. As you can see, this Hertha was just accepted the night of Favonius, so were you trapped? Knocked out? I see what's going on here. It's all been leading up to this, hasn't it? The confession, it was all an elaborate stunt to set me up. You want to undermine my credibility? Fine, it doesn't eliminate an amount of evidence stacked against you. What I want is justice for the people of Mondstadt. Yeah, we've got some impostors. Order in the court. Seshkuni. Nuviet says that too. Been stationed on Dragonspine all these years because that is where the subject of my research lies, the Dragon Durin. Several hundred years ago, the Dragon the East evolved and defeated Durin in battle. Help from Barbados sealed his remains up on Dragonspine. Durin was created through alchemy, one of the finest specimens of artificial life. Such death was not a true end for him. His heart still beats and grows more revitalized by the day. My impostor on Dragonspine was a failed specimen abandoned in Durin's stomach, an unsuccessful iteration of the homunculus project. And yep, this is where they find out what's up with him. Homunculus? Are you trying to insinuate that I'm some kind of homunculus? Because it looks to me like the artificial one is standing right there, some kind of impostor you dragged in from Dragonspine. Dragged in Spine. Oh. Oh, so this is what I look like when I flap the handle. You know, they say imitation is the best form of flattery. Your impersonation is overstayed, it's welcome. So what's going on here? Nisemono? Similar thing. Well, Nisemono is basically low rent discount. Well, it means impostor specifically. Okay, right. Master Jean, what are you waiting for? We've known each other for so long. You recognize the real me, don't you? Two of you look identical, but judging based on demeanor. Oh. The new arrival actually seems more like the horde I know. That means nothing. By that logic, I could just as easily accuse the Albedo in this room of being an impostor. Who are you really? How do we know he isn't the fake one? A cold-blooded killer replaced the real Albedo long ago. Well, the vision, I imagine. Then how about something only the real Hertha would know? Longest scar on my body. That's your photo alongside me, that day I should remember where it is. Yep, exactly. It's like the mark on Albedo's neck that Suspecto doesn't have. Too perfect. ... exclamation. Remember, what's your answer? I'd like to hear Miles answer first. Ah, so Miles' Hertha connection might have been why he was all worked up. Oh, Boku? You don't know or you don't remember? I heard you've been acting strange these days, disoriented, confused. So how many impostors might there be? You're closer to me than anyone during that battle, and you don't remember a thing. Strange indeed. No, oh, my head, it hurts. Tenebris mimesis, or? The scar is right here. Cool. This is the real one, fake one. You got 2 of each. Greedy. Why, the nerves, I can't imagine this comes as a surprise. Unless you're informant in the Knight's Favonius failed to mention the scar on Hertha's left arm. Ah, so that's what Miles is doing. The real one, but manipulated, but how? Albedo has done a lot of research into beings like you. You deny it, then show us your arm. No need to panic, you just add it now. You excel at changing your appearance, don't you? Should I say all spawn of Durin's life force have that ability? Yeah. Powerful life force and appearance you can change at will. Here you stand, formless one, paralyzed to act. So worry using that power could affect your accomplices. Accomplices, multiple clones. Miles must be one of them, so there are multiple clones. There were others too. Most of the beings under the influence of Durin's life force have gathered here. Yet their presence is what impedes her from taking action. So Albedo has been disposing of these mimics. Once you attempt to transform, all who surround you will be affected by your power. You can't control it because in this network of living beings, you serve as the core. So mechanically, I suppose, would they just be Tenebris mimesis? Show us your arm. Udeo mise nasai. Have it your way. Time for battle. Whoa. Knives. How many others? Come on, let's go. And Beatrice. Oh. Hey, they're shielding the impostor. She's trying to get away. Stop her. Don't let anyone stand in your way. Oh. Brother's trying to get in. Must be more people under her control. People or... Time to get moving, everyone. Defense of Mondstadt. Oh, she just leaped across the road. After her. It's time for all units move out. Third company keep on the impostor's tail. Found another chance to talk, but before I explain the events of the past few days, I'd like to make a few things clear. First, I never killed any of my fellow citizens, and I never used human remains as part of an alchemical experiment. Second, the events of the past 2 days were all part of a plan. Most of the members of our order were in on it. As for the witnesses, Master Duke picked up on the situation long before today's proceedings. It's quite an involved plan, yeah. Indeed, follow me. Where are we going? And... oh, it's just slimes. Okay, well. Silly. What? How are there monsters in the city? There are monsters from Dragonspine. Attack is imminent, but for now, we've been preparing for this. Bells ringing. Been monitoring the resurgence of Durin's life force. Its festering nature agitated these monsters. Knew it was only a matter of time before they advanced on Mondstadt. So we made preparations for an inevitable battle. I was hoping you two could join me and provide assistance in the battle to come. Of course, where's our first stop? The top of the city wall. Hunger of Many provide mobile support to various areas in the city. Oh, and very optional objectives. Let me see. Angel Share, City Center Residential Area. New one, everything comes to an end also abruptly without a shred of hesitation. Throw yourself into the fray along with everyone else. Lots of people are around. The situation seems worse than I anticipated. I must do my part to help. That is healing. You can't do anything else. That doesn't mean you have to fight. Doing what you're good at is more than enough. See where everyone is. Let me check. I believe should be someone on top sniping, I think. Let me check. And let's see. And is there? Actually doesn't look like it. Mode is there. Defending. Let's check. And now, as Amber did go up here in one of the anecdotes, and I did hear that Amber had... what she did in her anecdote had a connection to stuff going on here. Big thing is... city wall. Various areas. We have Venti's up here. He was in the trailer. Let me see. And... oh, damage. Damage is coming. He's not there. Okay. So I guess he's never there. Let me see where everyone is right now. Cryo damage. Oh well. Master Jean, headquarters should be secure for now. Porthos? We responded in time and had enough manpower to gain expansion for mobile support across the region. Good, our intel suggests that monsters with Dragonspine could be disguised as Mondstadt citizens, so be sure to exercise caution. Oh, my divination revealed there are also regular people under the influence of some strange power, and all of them are monsters. Yes, so for those people, the aim is subdue, not harm. Before you attack, make sure to figure out what you're dealing with. Now I can figure that out. How about you help them find that out while they're actually fighting? Lame. Understood. Okay. Okay. Come on. And they actually moved out, it seems. Yeah, okay. Perfect timing, Traveler. I was hoping you three could form a mobile unit to help respond to the various threats in the area. It's been a while, Traveler. I'm also here to help. Hello. Gina are going to remain here to monitor the situation. Leave the other locations to you. Moner. Don't worry, my scry glass doesn't show the slightest chance of failure. Victory will be ours. Okay, cool. So where are all the character locations? I want to see. And... okay, come on. See, Paralogism. And Hunger of Many. And where is everyone? Trial. See where everyone is. Crafting bench, enemies, Mona and Jean. Crafting bench. Wardrobe. So they're all optional, basically. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Keep on going. Some dudes over here, some enemies. I believe there were some trial characters to get used in here. Hi, that. Oh, and they're glowing red. Interesting. Captain Albedo, honor night of your floating companion. Some of the people around here are acting strange. Be careful. And let's ascend it here. There we are, and oh my goodness. Not all that good. Come on. Slim. One more. Cool. There we go. Got anything to say? No, because you're NPC units with silver swords. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Now. Oh! Hello. I see, and we broke you down. That was nice. And go for it. Slim immediately there. Ouch. Well, we actually got the buff bonus from taking damage that time, because we do have C2. Okay, cool. Optional, let's help them all out. Various places are reinforced. Up here. It's the bridge that's right at the end. It's not with Venti. Optional areas to reinforce, and... Oh, Venti! If we go to Venti, that ends everything. So I don't want to do that. Okay, so those are the optionals, and that's the big icon, so that's where when it ends. Okay. So I believe it's around HQ where official is. Let me check. And we were to go inside. No, we can't. Angel share is somewhere. Oh, and it's just another one sitting here. Fell off somehow, weird. Okay, thanks for the help. I don't think we could have managed that on our own. I hope everyone's alright. I just backed here. We really appreciate the help. You're welcome. Okay. Down here, they're also just sitting. Let's keep on checking. Angel share. Well, this pot's always there. Well, whatever. Got Mona, Lisa, and a razor. Fun. It's you here to take some weight off our shoulders. Traveler, and it's Pyro Trav. Lubicol, it's you. Let's cut sama. Work everyone, we're here to help. Okay, well, alright. Oh, we got physical razor and Albedo doing Albedo stuff. Okay, well, that's alright. Use our fire. Oh, but since no damage is being dealt... Okay, well, alright. Oh, none of that, because... not dealing damage. Dumb lame. Okay, and... trigger that. Cool. And... just like this. Hello. That's alright. Yeah, okay. Thank you. It's been a while since I unleashed my lightning during Windbloom. I didn't actually really use her power. It happened a lot before. Unleashing lightning on people? I don't know. Once in a while, maybe. It sure feels good to let loose, though. You are not powerful. Well, my old professor even wrote to me about that a few days ago. Of course, I made sure to emphasize that I always treat others with kindness. So it's natural for a student to inherit their teacher's ways after all, and not as a gentle old man from the Spontanon school. Yep, Samara mentioned. So you see, this time I will use gentle methods of electrocution that kills them. So gentle even Jin would have no reason to intervene. Oh, gentle electrocution.
そんなことできるのか。リサ、
Seem to be in good spirits, Miss Lisa. Well, it's good to move about every once in a while. Okay. Oh, gentle execution. Yaseshko Biribiri. Gentle shock. Oh, well, it's good to move about every once in a while. Okay. Next. What's next? Stuff here. And by the crafting bench. There, and you're just sitting. Hello. Hi. Oh, Mr. Albedo, traveler, Tabito-san, Albedo-sensei. Everything good here? All good. A few monsters made into the city, but Master Duke and Mr. Kai helped me take care of them. Hiroko-san, Tokaya-san. Okay, not long ago. Oh, we get to see that. Or control? Yeah, this is a flashlight. Oh, no more monsters. They're faster than I imagined. No, don't tell me they've got a cavalry unit, too. Cocky isn't gonna get us anywhere. Let's take care of things first. Let me see. And it's C3. Okay. Above. Alright, then. Cool. Let's just break that. Hit. And 2. Break. And let's see if we can freeze. That did hit them both. Nice. Thanks. And boom. Boom. Oh, that didn't hit any of them though. Lame. Cool. And who's left? Not all clear. We should check the situation outside the city gate. Lots of you. Okay. Dear Masuko's young master are gonna eradicate some evil outside. Cool. And cool. Oh, but I think you should hurry up, Miss Gaia. Mr. Gaia. And thanks. So we're not going. Master Duke is kind of leaving you in the dust. Thanks. Got that ready. No, yeah, we got to fight with both of them. Oh, where are all these monsters coming from? My sword hand is cramping. And what's Captain Kai's voice? She's coming to help. Just hang in there. There we go. Nice. Objective there. Yep, flashback. That was cool. Fantastic job defending this place, you two. Let's take it from here. Working together. Captain Kai's swan is a bird. Yeah, I'm fine. It's your leg we should be worried about. Swan warns you should both get treated at the church. Don't push yourselves. We'll take care of things here. Okay, the koi. Well, Master Duke, didn't you leave the Knights of Avonius? Gotta defend the city either way. What are not the ones capable of defending this game? Exactly. It's fine, Master Duke is just altruistic as always. Civilians want to help out, who are we to turn them away? Presumably they're competing with each other. Understood, we're grateful for the support. Yeah, thanks a million, we'll be back soon. Alright. I have some spare time right now, so I was going to make some potions to help the people fight it. So, plan. Remember to be careful. I know it's unlikely, but if you encounter a situation you can't handle, retreat to somewhere safe. Don't worry about the front line. Aw, cute. Understood. He's concerned about her. Okay. Wonder if Kai and Duke are up front then. Albedo Traveler, everything good here? Okay, it's just before. Yeah. This repeats the dialogue before the fight and the dialogue after the fight. Let me see if they're... Yep, they are standing outside the gate. And we can burn ourselves there, but why would we? Hi. We'll take it from here. Kai is silent, still turns to us. Funky. Okay. Now, one more quick fight and optional objective and end of the original Mondstadt Archon Quest was breaking the barricades. The Hilitrul's up behind. You'd get some food for that. Don't know if we'll get anything here. Just normal Hilitrul's. Mona's house. Parsley. Old firm dragging another wardrobe over here. Oh, don't think it's Mona's. No, it's not Mona's. Official. I'm dumb. Albeit the Eternal Night King shall not tolerate such a transgression. Hey, official. Be normal. Oh, that's a traveler's voice. Time to fight. Arrive at a most opportune time. Vansel's sword at the rat. Okay. Now, got you and just 3, so no C6. Lame. What do our earlier cons even do? Official normals and oh right, just adding some AoEs or whatever. Dumb. And let's put this down and then just let official do official stuff. Okay, cool. There we are. Normals. Come on. Ooh, almost an ouch. Okay, cool. You are weak. Yeah. Come on. Oh, interesting. Put this down and... that's right, if we don't switch out, we can't really end that early all that well. Really, no one is doing good damage here. Oh, they give her... Okay, they did give her Stringless. Okay, cool. If you're not, and the flower's still there. If you're not, the fell monster's been cast into the void. My friend, my lady means to say they should refrain from going out for the time being. We will continue to protect this area. Thank you so much. But I've never seen a bird that can attack, huh? Well, yeah, because it's Kappa's here from Inazuma. Not actually, probably. Oh, no need to worry. I'm my lady's humble servant. Please rest assured I'm not a danger to you. You can trust them, I promise. I guess. No, of course, I didn't mean it that way at all. I just misspoke. No matter. Our vassals must finish duties, yes, and go forth and smite these wretched beasts. The princess's blessing shall illuminate your path. And we did that. Just gotta go up there then. My vassals have finished duties and... Okay, cool. That's all. And nothing for you to say. Not like Bloodborne door NPCs. So now we just go and chat with Venti. Yeah. Thank you. And... down here. Yep. And that's it. We did our objectives, so go in here guilt-free. The deal with Kai flashback was fun. True other perspectives are always cool. Hey, Venti. Shit, someone's coming. Help me, please. Someone help me. Yeah, our chance to kill him. Oh, what's with the freak out? It's just us. Oh, perfect. I dropped the axe. I thought you were regular citizens. It's about time. I think we can proceed as planned. I agree. Although it's been a while since I dealt with something this big, it's going to be pretty exhausting. So use your burst. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a drink for your trouble. Oh, just what I wanted to hear. So not okay. So these two know the other's identity then? People can make new friends when we're not here, you know. Yet the world keeps on moving without us, and the nail isn't there right now. I guess the story instance just doesn't account for it, but still. Monsters started surging from Dragonspine during the trial, and soon became agitated, likely in response to the core coming under pressure. So I never expected those monsters to become this advanced. The power of evolution cannot be underestimated, especially considering the fact that Durin absorbed the previous impostor. Oh, so essentially, impostor Albedo died. So if Durin comes back, that basically brings promotional Albedo merged with him back. Right, so what about the map and the missing bodies? What the witnesses saw was true. I did hide those bodies. As I monitored the situation on Dragonspine, I noticed that many who ventured there came back different. somewhere under the influence of Durin's power. But the less fortunate ones had already been devoured by monsters, who then assumed their appearance to infiltrate the city, and he was just taking them out. Most of those who were replaced had no close relatives, so when their behavior changed, there was no one to notice. The monsters used their disguise to get close to people, and eliminated 2 who attempted to attack. Who would those have been? What about the remains of Yukva? They belonged to one of the victims. Yes, the monsters slowly digested their victims, sometimes they even left behind body parts to aid the transformation. All that remained of the first victim is a few strands of hair, and the second some teeth and bone. The only bodies Albedo destroyed were the monsters' mimic forms. Then he buried whatever remained of the victims to put them to rest. Well, someone had to do it. Besides, I managed to gather some valuable data on the putrefaction of the bodies. After we defeated that doppelganger robber farmer on Dragonspine, promised to tell each other a story, remember? He told me the story of a gardener, I remember. Which at the time, some people thought implied that Albedo let Susbedo become the dead dad, but I'm glad that you remember what I told you about Subject 2. His pursuit to replace Subject 1, he transformed a Whopper farmer to Subject 3, so there was another impostor on Dragonspine that day. We knew that, we literally fought it. Come on. Yes, that would be Subject 2. I confronted him and buried his body on Dragonspine. So you see, at one point there was something hidden in that belief. But what did he do with it? But Durin is becoming more revitalized by the day. Under the influence of his power, the subject dug up Subject 2's body and returned it to Durin's stomach. Yeah, it wasn't him who put it there. Right. The core. Durin absorbed the failed creation along with his knowledge and way of thinking. Ever since then, all creatures spawned from his power have the ability to transform their appearance. Knowledge and way of thinking. Yeah, so now Durin is a fusion of Primordial Albedo and Durin. Humans who venture into Dragonspine for too long are also bound to fall under Durin's influence. But those effects don't show themselves right away, and the extent to which a person has been affected is hard to perceive. That was not something that I heard mentioned before. Saw it for yourself, didn't you? All the people acting strange. Those are the same people who just tried to break into the Knights of Venti's headquarters. Durin's power remained dormant within them until finally it surged to the surface and seized control. That was also our goal. If we could force a situation where the impostor had no choice but to unleash that power. All those under its influence would become violent, and thus we would know who was affected. Wait, so what do? We can't go around hurting innocent people. Knock them out by clubbing them over the head. So I'm here would make me look bad if I just lays around after promising to help. Yeah, your redemption after sleeping forever. We'll use the power of Animo to restrain them. Yeah, exactly, put them in the burst. Should give the knights a chance to subdue them without harm. A specialized team will deal with them later. Alright, that's the long and short of the situation. It's time to activate that thing. Alright, that thing. Yes, so there are little secrets other people shouldn't know, like my identity, for example. Keep it to yourself, okay? Alright, this should do. Cutscene time. You see the wind. Playing the same song after... It's not even a song, but just an arpeggio. Fake bard. Everyone in the updraft. Wind currents Pump has never seen this many. So do we have to do a glide challenge, or... There should now be wind currents across the whole city. Everyone, can you hear me? Loud and clear, all units. What's your status? Oh, so are they using dodo phones? All good, we have enough manpower to provide support. Requesting assistance at the side gates. Heading over now. Oh, it's long distance wind communication. No, it's the wind, but why does it sound like a radio? How is that even possible? It's all thanks to Lord Barbados. With his blessing, we'll succeed in defending our city. Oh? Actually, if you face away from the current and whisper like this, no one can hear you. I know when you're crouching down there, he's something to hide. Because he does. And what's next? You didn't have to broadcast that. Oh, that voice, Venti, is that you? Dahlia. Oops. Oh, you know, just a wandering bard phoned to help, and gets the traveler Poman up at a family, got me out of his stuff. Tough spot. So we thought Paimon. Alright, now that you're okay, we should check on the status of the other areas. Well, we more or less already did that. And... Oh, yeah. Finally doing some work. Exactly. Senora, the only person to criticize Venti, and it was legitimate for going to sleep and letting her boyfriend die. Finally, he's locking in. Thanks, friend. May the Animo Archon protect you. Oh, it's the side gate. We still don't know where that goes. Got things covered here. It's 2 Hilitrils. Just headshot them and knock them into the water. And... Holy roller coaster. Hi, Sucrose. So I guess it's just showing us all the spots where we could have gone. Some of them at least. One singular Kaya. So I don't like being in the middle like this, especially on a bridge. So if we hadn't had Diluc show up, but Diluc was already there. So I wonder if they're assuming we didn't reinforce the other areas. Oh, look who it is. Kitaka. Some martial, huh? Head back. Well, honestly, given Kaya's crit rate bonus from C1, maybe he prefers the shield to show up. Stay up, because it... Qualitral shields, quote-unquote, well, infusions, because they're not shields at all, they don't increase their resistances. Just make them stronger in terms of attacking. Yeah, that's a close one, I suppose. Thanks for an order, Master Diluc. I appreciate the help. Just cut the zip. No need, I didn't intervene to save you. For my own convenience, you were in the way. Being soon for your own family. Oh, well, let me get out of your hair then. Suppose we could work together, but you just melt my ice anyway. Just use the reaction system, literal idiot. Suit yourself. Alright, tell me, when did he notice something was off? First trial. Ah, because of the fake horde. Impostor hit the Nisemono? No, because of you. Oh, goodness. Yeah, what did I do? My defense wasn't passionate enough. No, you weren't nervous enough. His facade. Tell me then, Master Diluc, when do you think I actually get nervous? In a fight to the death. I suppose we'll see, won't we? Monsters incoming. And second thought, best not to think about it. He's got Wolf's Gravestone, exactly. What's Kai gonna have? Well, they won't show us. Then off the monsters. Oh, they gave him Fav. Interesting. Got everything ready, so let's actually just get the melt going. And cool. And yo, moyashitse. Hello. And squeeze. And we got more of them here. And okay, alright. Thanks. Slam and well, that kind of works, I guess. Let's do it like this. Go right back to the infusion. Cool. And oh, there's our frost arm. Fun. Dying. Oh my goodness. Something is up with the connection. I don't know what it is. It's other people in the house, probably. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Slam. And just like that. I framed that and finish it off with the burst. Nice. Dr. Diluc and Kaya. What's gonna work? Teamwork. Over there, Diluc and Kaya. Diluc da not Kaya. Master Diluc and Kaya. If you attempt to make it out here, I'm guessing the other areas are secure. Well, we can't be here because we care. Maybe this was just the closest spot to the city gate. Maintaining control over the main road means maintaining control over the battle as a whole. Made the right choice. So what's the status over here?
ああ、心配無用だ。
All under control, don't worry, my trusty civilian volunteer and I. This area covered. Not the time.
騎兵隊の
I think you mean the man who
元隊長
held the title of
という隊長
cavalry captain
という
before
べきじゃないか
you.
よしてく
We
れ。
don't have to bring that up.
じゃあ
So it's
ここは
both of
頼
them.
んだよ
We'll keep up the good work. We'll go check on the status of the other locations.
ああ、
Good
健闘
luck.
を祈る。
そうだ
Well, I want to thank you for what you said in court. If I'm not mistaken, you were on my side by the end.
僕の無実を信じてくれていたよね
最初
Oh,
の
believe
裁判
me,
の
he's had a
時点
suspicion
で
since the
もう
first
違和
trial.
感を覚えてたらしい
That was all a
ぜ。
farce anyway, so.
どちらかといえば、
Suppose it just didn't feel right to believe that someone who helped me in the past could be a cold-blooded
一夜で冷
killer.
血な殺人犯になるわけがない。
Help with what? Oh, that's
その
so
言
sweet.
葉を聞いてなんかオイラまで嬉しくなってきたぞ。
僕を信じ
Thank
て
you
く
for
れたこ
trusting
と
me and for choosing to fight
そして
alongside us. Just for your
騎兵隊
kind
隊
good
長
work
へ
as
の協力に
always.
心
We'll
か
see
ら
you
感謝
soon.
する
くれぐれも
Of
気を
course,
つけて
stay
くれよ
safe.。So, now that we've done the other areas, is there anything left, or...? Already done your stuff. They might have sort of forced us in the encounter if we hadn't done it already. Maybe? I don't know. Bobbler. Heal him. Okay. So now... What was that noise? Oh, you gotta heal him! That's funny. Coast the injured knight of Phoenix and use Barbara's elemental skill to heal them. Swan and Lawrence. Well, that's
みんな
fun.
守るからね。よっえい
Oh, but there's no enemies, so we just have to use the healing ring. Well, okay. Well, this is gonna take some time no matter what, huh? Well... Yep. If we had done things just right, we could have managed, but... Could have run it with one use. Let's see Barbara restoring burst energy. Yeah, exactly. What if you waited a full 80 seconds for the very minor regen? Because that would take 13 minutes plus. But, sure. Okay. Do it all at once if you felt like it. Talk to the Knight of Favonius, probably the Knights.
はい
Because the original wouldn't have had the portal specified. Right, you should be on the mend.
ありがとうございます。
Where is that?
バーバラさん。
The mend. Thank you so much, Miss Barbara.
外は危険で
Things
す。
are still quite chaotic
牧師の皆
outside.
様は大聖堂
It's
から
best
出
if
ない
you
よ
all
うに
remain
お願いしま
inside
す
the cathedral for now.
あなたも
You're
だよ
not rushing back out to the
そ
front
の
line,
体
are
で
you?
前
You're
線
still
に戻るの
injured.
は無理だからね。
ねえ、ご安心く
Don't
ださ
worry,
い。
Miss Barbara. I'll try not to
後
put
方支
myself
援
in
に
harm's
戻るだ
way.
けですから。
Yeah, and where
無
was
茶は
that?
しませんよ。
I can help with logistics from the back.
それなら
Maybe we can give you a hand.
私たちも何かお手伝いできると思う。
As I said, the situation outside is chaotic. Injured parties should not be left unattended. There are others here who need to get back to the front line, so I'll escort you all
そこに
myself.
も前線に戻ろうとしてる騎士が何人かいるし、
それは助かる。
Of course, thank you, Ms.
ありがとうござい
Rosario.
ます。
これも仕
Soon
事
my
の
job, I'll
う
leave the cathedral to you then, Barbara.
バーバラ、
Barbara,
ここは任せたから。
you can count
安
on
心し
me.
て行ってきて。なんで
I
こ
don't
ん
really
な
know
状
how
況
all
に
this
なった
started,
か
but
は
I do
よ
know
く
that
わ
Gene
から
and the
ないけ
others
ど
have been preparing for this for a
お
really
姉
long
ちゃん
time,
た
so
ちはず
I
っと前から
think
興味
everything
持
will
って
be
準
alright,
備してきた
alright.
んだし。多分
She said,
大丈夫だよ
my
ね。
sister.
うん、
No, it has to be.
絶対に大丈夫。
Absolutely okay. Did I catch you at a bad time, Barbara? Cool jump cut. Same placement.
お姉ちゃん、
No, not at all. Did you need something?
伝えておきたい
Just wanted to tell you that over the next few days, a lot of things are going to happen in Mondstadt, attacks and fighting, so I needed you to take care of yourself. Huh, how do
ど
you
うしてわ
know?
かるの？
Because she's gonna kill everyone.
アルベドの予測だ。
Albedo warned us in advance it's something to do with Dragonspine. He gives her authority on that region, so we should take him at his word.
彼が一番詳しいからな。
ドラゴン
Dragonspine. Huh.
モンド城
So the city is going to be in danger.
保証は
Yes, but the Knights of Favonius will do whatever we can to
騎士団
protect
が
the
全
people.
力でモンド城を守るつもりだ。
じゃあ
But then who will protect
お
you?
姉ちゃんのことは誰が守ってくれるの？
安心して
Don't
ね。
worry, I'll look out for myself, I
自分のことは
promise.
自分で守ると約束しよう。
Protect myself. Please let them be okay out there.
みんな無事でありますように。
バーバラ、
Barbara, Sister Barbara, could you lend me a hand? Of course, coming.
今行くよ。
Imakuyo. And now, you scrying. Noel? I didn't see you. Bennett, yep. Mika and Amber. They're here, prepare for battle. Hey, use your stupid old crossbow. Guard everyone, incoming monsters at 11 o'clock. But he's probably just doing signals. Looks like we got 25 hill trolls, 2 blazing ex-magic trolls, and a bunch of different slimes. Nothing threatening. Prepare elemental countermeasures. Roger that. Said Amber and Mika. More fighting, or... Yep. Talk to Amber and Mika. Fend off the monsters and... Oh, yeah, we're up on here. That's fun. Well... Yeah, so presumably we're just... I did not want to get hit by that. And yeah, they got Favonius, both of them make sense. We have to use... damage Amber. Damage Burr. Yeah, okay. Interesting. You have... Healing, Soul Wind. But we don't get faster charges from attack speed. That's not gonna do much. We can use that to get cryo on them, I suppose, but... Yeah, okay. Cool. Ouch. Cool. Shoot. Shoot. Okay. And just get back up. Keep on shooting. Guess we could have sent in Baron Bunny if we wanted to be silly about it. Oh, now the Grenadiers. Okay. And... Oh, this is not a spot where we can really hit you. So we're gonna go with physical Amber? No, we won't. That's also dumb. Have to go for charge shots, and ouch. Boom. That didn't kill. Come on. And... Shoot. Shoot. One more. Okay. Talk to Amber and Mika. That was short. Okay. To be fair, not like they synergize at all. All units are now in position. Geezer boy scared me just now. Let's look it up on the impostor incident. I thought you knew about the plan. Well, after you up and disappeared one day, all Master Jean told me was that you'd be gone for a while on an important mission, and that'd be better if people thought you were dead. So why did they use Hertha specifically as the bait for the imposters? And then, what do you know? Someone looks exactly like you appears out of nowhere 2 days later. Master Jean hadn't told me about your mission, but have fallen for a hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, it's quite a scary thought. Get chills just thinking about a monster replacing someone close to you, and you're none the wiser. We're gonna use those rings at all for anything. Don't worry, once this is over, these monsters won't be a threat to us again. Albedo, are you okay? Trial wasn't too hard on you, was it? I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I was so worried. Same here, I thought it was all real at one point. I was in complete shock. So you didn't know Amber? That seems you did an excellent job at keeping this situation under wraps. No need to worry you too, I'm no worse for wear. Sounds like you're alright. It's like an impenetrable wall of that one, you're not getting a secret out of her. Yeah, for sure, she's someone you can really count on. Oh, cute. Wait, so how do you decide Hertha should disappear again? Exactly why? Why her? After all this fighting, I can't seem to get it straight. This Kai suggests he said the plan worked best for someone well-known and reputable without being too powerful. Yep, no playable characters. Naturally, Miss Hertha was a perfect choice. We need to leave a hole in our organization, so she came up with an idea that she would disappear. Bait. Yes, that explains the rumor that someone had fallen during a mission. Of course, it'd take long for that to get resolved. The vision being on his gauntlet is interesting. Interesting choice. No, because the imposter fell right into our trap. It's all part of the plan. First, we spread the rumor that Hertha was missing in action after some kind of incident. The news came from Kai and Hertha's direct subordinates, which was important because we needed it to be credible. The imposter saw the gap in our ranks and couldn't help but take the bait. It didn't take long for the fake Hertha to appear on the night's patrol route, claiming to have survived her mission.
負傷したふりをしてね。
それってい
When did that
つの
happen?
話なんだ？
Over 6 months ago. Oh wow. What have you been
そんなに前
doing?
から準備してたのか。
Most this has been a long time in the making.
今回の敵
Listen,
の
our
手
enemy
口
was
は
more meticulous than we
予想よりも
expected.
ずっと慎重に思えたからね。
Monster's been searching for Hertha's body in order to
奴ら
protect
は
the impostor's
ヘルター
identity,
さんの痕
which is
跡
a
を
more
消すため
advanced way
に
of thinking than
ずっ
subject
と
2.
彼女の死体を探していた。偽物の
So
ヘ
we
ル
had
タ
to
ー
wait
さん
long
は
enough to convince the fake
僕た
Hertha
ちの
that
信
she had
頼
our
を得たと
trust.
確信するまでの時間が必要だった。それに僕を陥れ
Furthermore,
る
we
た
needed
め
to give her time to gather
証拠を
evidence
集め
against
さ
her
せ
to
る
convince
しか
herself
ね
she had enough to strike.
自分
でも
But how did Knight's internal information even reach Durin and his monsters? There's an informant among our ranks, yeah, Miles.
心配しなく
Don't
てい
worry,
い。
Barbados already tracked her down. She doesn't have his blessing, so she can't hear what we're talking about right now. Oh, not Miles. But
そっか。
honestly, this whole situation almost gave Palma a heart attack. Those awful accusations in the first trial, and you couldn't even defend
有利な
yourself.
証拠は全然出てこないし、偽物のヘルタ
But you
が
knew
喋
what
って
was
た
going
の？
on.
それも想
It
定
was to
内
be
だよ。
expected. I couldn't just reveal the truth. It had to be the
も
right
しあの
moment.
時
Would have given the
僕が
impostor
殺し
even
た
more
のは
fuel
人
to
間
use
じゃない
against
と
me.
すぐに打ち明けていたら、それで
She would have demanded to know how I knew about
Moshi
Dragonspine and
Yamato
monsters in
Sailor's Hanashi
disguise. My true identity got out, and the public's trust in me would be gone.
挙句には僕の正体が露呈して社会的信頼を失いかねない。つまり
It was a trap, you see, argue back and expose my
僕の正
origins,
体がバレて
keep my mouth shut and be seen as a
反論しな
murderer.
ければ
Credit where credit
殺
is
人
due,
の
it was
罪
well
を背
thought
負う
out.
ことになる。これ
なるほどな。
But thank goodness we were able to back her into a
本
corner.
当に良かったぜ。
ありがとう。
Indeed, I have you to thank for that travel. You probably don't know it, but you've been a part of the
君は
plan
気
since
づ
the
いてないか
beginning.
もしれないけど、
Yeah, but I didn't even know there was a
実は
plan.
最初から君も作戦の一員だったんだ。その点
And
に
for
つい
that,
て
you have my sincere apologies. I know I kept you in the dark, but I had a reason.
事前に作戦を共有できずに申し訳なかった。こう言うと
This
戸惑
might
うかも
not
し
sound
れないけ
intuitive,
ど
but I didn't make the plan even
あえて
stronger.
君たちに黙っていたのは作戦をより確実に成功させるためだったんだ。作戦
From
を
the
立てた
beginning, I
当
knew
初
I
か
had
ら
to leave the letters in my
僕の
office
執
for a
務室
fair and
にある資料
independent
を
reader
調べ
to
てくれる人
discover.
が必
So
要
when
だと考
willing
え
to
て
seek
い
the
た。
truth, naturally, I thought of you.
それも公平かつ客観的な立場にいて真相を追求しようとする意志のある人にね。君なら
I knew it would return for
ウィン
Wing
ドブ
Bloom. I
ルー
knew
ム
you'd
祭の
agree
期
to
間中
attend
に
to the trial.
モンドに帰ってくるだろう。そしてさらに
And I knew your sense of
栄養士として
responsibility
の
and justice and
正義
honorary
感
not
と責任
compel you
感
to
から
start your own investigation.
独自の調査に踏み切るに違いない。偽
The
物の
fake
ヘルタ
Hertha,
ーさん
subject 2, has met you on
つまり
Dragonspine
2号
before.
は
She thought even you had lost faith in me. Her confidence might get the best of her. Perfect time for us to
君まで
strike.
動揺する姿を見たら偽物はいよいよ本格的に攻勢に転じるだろう。
Hmm.
その隙をついて僕たちが反撃するという段取りだった。
その通り
Still sounds contrived.
最初から
Albedo's
君
right. You were part of
計
our
画の
plan from
中
the
に
start
含まれて
and
いた。
talking on the wind from far
も
away.
っと早くに
I hope you
伝
don't
え
take
られ
offense
ず
of our
申し訳
decision
な
to
い。
keep that from you.
あまり気分を害さないでくれるといいんだが。それから
And please don't be too hard on
あまり
Albedo. He was just
ア
doing
ル
his
ベドを
best to
責
look
め
out
ない
for
でやってほ
Mondstadt.
しい。
Enough people were involved in the
彼
plan
は
as
あ
it
くまで
was. We had no
モ
other
ンドを守るため
choice.
にそうしたんだ。多くの人命に関わる作戦だ。
The honorary knight and Palman will always be friends in Mondstadt, and we will never forget them. Cute. Ah, that means a lot. In that case, thank you for thinking of me. It was an honor to take part. It is us who should be thanking you, honorary knights. And go to Mondstadt's side gate. That you will just know. Let's go to the side gate to check it out. Optional objectives. Oh. And I step outside the courtroom, and this is the first thing I see. I'm not sure how much more I can take. I'm not brave enough.
今日は驚いてばっかり。本当にビビリだな。そうです
I
か。
think you should give yourself more
結
credit.
構
You were
メ
brave
ンタル
enough to
は
sit through
強
the
い方
tunnel.
だと思って
Well,
ました
despite
け
the
ど。
nature of the allegations and
だっ
takes
て
strength.
あんなにたくさんの情報を裁判で急に聞くことになったのでしょ。わ、ダリア女裁。
Deacon Dahlia, I didn't see you there.
驚かせてすみ
Apologies,
ません。
Rosario asked me to come with Albedo
君を
running around
守る
protecting
よう
the
に
city.
と
She
ロ
was
サリアさん
worried
に
you might
頼
be
まれまして
alone.
アルベドさんが支援のため駆け回ってるから君は一人になっちゃうだろうってね。女の子を
At
一
a
人
time
に
like
さ
this,
せ
two
る
is
わけ
much
には
better
い
than
かな
one,
いでし
so
ょ
let me help.
お守りするのでご安心ください。
Thank you. I didn't think Miss Rosario even
ま
remembered
さ
me.
かロサリアさんが。 私のことを覚えてくれてるなんて。
Of course she does. She spent all that time monitoring Albedo. It's only natural that she remembers his most dedicated students. Right, exactly. Spied on him during his story quest. Oh yes, after all this, I doubt Mr. Albedo's identity will be a secret, huh? Not to the higher-ups, at
今回の
least.
一件でモンドの
Yeah.
上層部の人たちはアルベド先生の正体を知っちゃったんじゃないかな。
As far as I know, he shared that information with post members of his order long before these events.
すでに騎士団の親しい同僚
She
に
knew too, it
正体を
seems.
明かしたそうですよ。
Huh?
前言を
Perhaps I
撤
spoke
回
too
しましょ
soon.
う。
You do scare her
君は
easily.
確かにいつも驚いてますね。ごめんな
So I guess
さ
I
い。
didn't expect Mr. Albedo to just
アルベド
reveal it
先
like
生が
that.
打ち明けてるとは思わなかったから。もう
I'm
話し
sure
て
he
も
felt the
問
time
題
was
ない
right.
と
Besides, you
判
know
断
the
した
truth.
ん
I
だ
know
と
the
思いま
truth. It
す。
doesn't change anything,
だって
right?
ほら、君も知ってるし、私も知ってる。別に大したことじゃないでしょ。この前
When Mr. Albedo told me in the library a few days ago, I was pretty shocked. More than that, I was amazed. Oh, so she didn't know until recently either. That's part of what was getting
とても
revealed.
不思議に思ったんだ。恐怖では
Not
なくて。
afraid.
ううん。
You're not afraid. I trusted knowledge and science, and I trusted Mr.
自
Albedo
分
as a
の学ん
person.
できた知識はどれも本物だって信じてるし、アルベド先生のことも信じてるから。そういえ
Ah,
ば
just
ダリア
noticed,
と
Deacon, there
さ
aren't any wind currents
こ
around
の辺り
us.
には大きな雰囲気がないんだね。ああ、
We walked out in that front, otherwise that conversation would have been for
じ
the
ゃない
whole
と
city to hear.
私たちの会話が
Venti being
誰かに聞かれてしまうところでしたので。
conscientious. Ah, that's how it works. That
あ
could
の
have been
雰
so
囲気ってそう
embarrassing.
いうものだったの？よかった。
Okay. So who else is around? Someone's over here doing what? That's Diona. Hi, Ona. Oh, these darn things are more annoying than disgusting booze hounds. Dahlia. Traveler. Albedo, if you run into anyone who needs to stay put to wait this out, feel free to send them to the cat's tail. I'll be here to watch over things so the tavern will be safe.
助かるよ。
Thank you, Don. We'll be
あり
sure
が
to
とう。
do just
リオ
that.
ナ。
Okay. And that repeats that whole cutscene. Okay, well. Come on.
助かるよ。
Tascario. And don't want to go to the side gate quite yet. They're still here. Do they have anything new to say, or... Hello.
あとは僕たち
Okay, no, it's the same. Same exact thing. Okay. And again, that continues the quest, and I would rather not do that right now. Hi! And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. Take you down physically. Cool. Shield is broken now. Slam. Oh, and what did that
キャ
change?
ッツテールのディオナ
After
の
the
ところ
cat's
に
tail,
行
you'll
く
be
といい。
safe there, especially with Stiona. Watch over things. You can stay there until this is all over.
すべてが終わるまで
That's fun.
そこにいてくれ。
本当に
Really okay, I'll head over right away.
すぐ行くよ。
So that wasn't even marked. Just a couple monsters around. You're here as before.
優しく
Okay, same exact thing. Do not want to go there yet. Let's use the wind currents. There's one over there as well. Use it to just jet around a little. And very high number of things to do. Everything comes to an end all too abruptly without a shred of hesitation. You throw yourself into the fray along with everyone else. Working as one, the people of Mondstadt fight off the monsters that are swarming the city from all sides. Meanwhile, you finally learn the whole story. That over there leads me to where? That's nothing, really. That said, imagine that this is where Mika and Amber were previously. Are they still here? Doesn't really seem like it. And let me check. Ring, ring, ring. So over by the guild, we've got Bennett and Quarry, that's cute. Hi. No, Vile. The informant. Gotta say, when I signed this out of the road, I thought you were not about to whack me in the head, so she was possessed. Goodness. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry about that. I was trying to run away, but I just couldn't keep going. So pretend to be unconscious, that I could at least land a surprise hit on a monster that way. Oh no, it was just her being normal. Annoying. Again, that's a pretty common tactic. Traveler Albedo, you're here. Oh, Albedo. If you're looking for somewhere safe, head to the Cat's Tail. That is sheltering people there. Anyone who needs help is welcome. Got it, I'll take her there right away. And so they've both left. I guess it is kind of like Bloodborne. Yeah, exactly. We're sending everyone to Odin Chapel. And now... don't imagine there's really much left, but Noel's doing Noel things, so the people who showed up who weren't there before are combat. Okay, Albedo, honorary knight, focus on the battle, we've got your back. And, come on. We need energy for you. Come on. And, please, please. There we are, kinda. Oh, hello. Interesting. And, come on. I just can't use the burst, huh? Dumb. Now we can. Should end things quickly, I hope. Thanks. That said, without the C6, there some things left to be desired. They gave her husk, nice. Timing. Okay. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but Albedo was cons. I forgot about that. So you can actually do a meaningful amount of damage with Fatal Blossoms. Right. Okay, cool. I should have used that before. That's actually meaningful. As for the health, that was overall faster than I expected. I'm sure you have places to be, so don't let me keep you. Rest assured, I'll keep the people around here safe. Be careful out there, I know victory will be ours. Okay. So we did all the optional objectives, but again, that's just for fun. You want to see the characters doing stuff. And I did. It was for true maniacs. So let me see. Oh goodness. That's 6. And now, you're still here. Do you have anything new to say? Probably not. Yeah, it's nothing new. Okay. Wonder if anything's new is going to be at the Cat's Tail, since we sent people there. And Barbara, not there. Zara and Barbara are not there either. Strange. Okay. And now. No point to that, but what are you gonna do? Go check out the Cat's Tail one more quick time to see if anything has happened. Come on. Come on. No one up top, no one around, and well, we sent people here. But it doesn't seem to have made a difference. But how would we know to send them there if we hadn't talked to Dawn? Oh, Dawn is gone. Okay, she's... No, they're actually all here. Now that we sent people there. Ah, and Trav is doing stuff. We're doing a really good thing here with Diamond. I think so many people are out of danger. Don't worry about it, we all call the city home. Giving people somewhere safe to stay is the least I can do. And her dad. Papa, I think we got another group coming. Can you cover things here while I go check it out? Of course, be careful out there. I'll help you out. Cool. That has vanished as well, and I imagine that should be all. So let's actually go to the side gate. Right through that, and... hello. Now it's Eula time. Oh look, placeholder terrain. Ah, sigh. It's all my fault. I knew Koi was fast, but disappearing like this. I lost sight of her for 1 second. How am I going to explain this to Albedo?
あっという間にどこかへ行っちゃうなんて。アルベド
Explain what? Whoa.
アルベド
Albedo, traveler Paladin, what brings you here?
旅人に
Koi got Clayton.
どうして
Eaten.
ここに？
みんなを支援するために回
We're
ってい
providing
るんだ
mobile support across the region. Was there something you needed to explain? You can tell me anything. I hope you know that. Hunger of many. And yeah. Let me see. Final part. Okay. Yeah, plus we kind of already heard what you said, so just tell us there's nothing to be afraid of. Da-da-da.
クレイが
Please, she disappeared right under my nose. I'm sorry, doing all I
本
can
当
to
にご
find
めん
her.
なさい。すぐ探してく
Well,
るんだ。
go in that side.
それなら大丈
Asita,
夫
please don't beat yourself up. Koi is more than capable of defending herself. Witsun's come this way and it doesn't look pretty.
みんな
Right fighting first, conversation later. And fend off the monster. She was right next to me. Next thing I knew, she went off somewhere.
なってしまった
So I only lost sight of her for a second.
クレイは足が
Please
速
note
い
for
か
her
らね
speed. Don't worry, she's a knight in her own right.
あの子
She
も
can protect herself.
あまり心配はい
Okay,
らない
cool.
よ
And there you are. Klee's here to help. Klee will help. And oh, we got her signature. Cinnabar. Pale Flame and Bright Cons. Grim Hearts. Nice. 6 seconds. You could go for 3. If you felt like it, it seems. No, it only stacks up to 2 times. Wait, what? Never mind. Sorry, what were we saying? See, kids are faster. Jumpy Dumpty, go. Nice. Boom Boom Bakudan. Not to be underestimated.
すごいわ。
And get that hit in. Come on. Play to the rescue. We don't even need the Whitefall Sword, do we? Okay, cool. And hit, and you know, we've got this one, and the sword was not even necessary. Okay. We want kata kata.
クレイ
Where we're clean, I'll be counting you to protect Yua next time too.
エウルアの護衛も頼むよ
Yura.
アルベド
Albedo, you can't be serious. Koi is stronger, but if you're neither of them, none of these characters are all that good anymore. But probably just leave it to Koi. Are you going for patrol, Mr. Albedo? Koi heard you went camping for a few days. These monsters followed you back home.
帰ってくるときにあのでかいのもついてきちゃったのかな。
キャンプ
Camping, alright, the truth isn't suitable for little ears.
あの件は子供に知られない方がいいものね。
That's right, so I need to report
だ
back
か
to
ら
Master
今か
Jean
ら
to settle my
ジン団長の
expenses.
ところに行っ
If you
て
have some time, I'm sure Yua would be grateful if you escorted her back to headquarters as well.
クレイもし時間があるならエウルアを騎士団まで送ってくれるかな
Of course, I placed myself in your capable hands,
火花
Spark
騎
Knight.
士に護送してもらおうかしら。
Cute. That would be an honor. Klee will do her best.
くれるの？うん、頑張るね。
So now return to the center of Mondstadt. And smoky. Huh. So no tense music because everything's over. We got Jean, don't you?
ひとまず落
That
ち
should
着
be
い
it for now. Good work, everyone. How do we fare injury-wise?
怪我はないか。
Everyone died.
大丈
Good,
夫。
our preparations paid
事
off.
前の
Injuries
準
are
備
few
が
and
バ
far
ッチリだった
between.
から
Have the
被害
full
も少
record
なか
here.
ったみたい。あと負傷者のリストを作っておいたよ。
ならよかった。
Wonderful, I'll review it in a bit.
後で確認しよう。
We're back.
みんな
Everyone
大丈夫
alright?
だったかい
アンバーは平気？
Amber? Yep, right as rain. Your mouth is not moving. That blink was screwy.
クレイが
We're
エ
back.
ウルアを
Klee
ね
kept Miss Yua safe the whole way. Aw. It's amazing Klee was lucky to have you. Aw, so kind.
他のも
Looks
の
like we're still missing a few.
ただいま戻りま
Reporting
した
back, Master Jean. Mission
任務
complete.
は全て完了です
Good to have you back safe and sound, and great work, everyone. This operation could not have happened without you all.
皆のおかげだ。
ジン団長
Your
もお疲
leadership
れ
is what
様。
made it possible, Master G.
ここ数
It's
日
been a busy few
いろ
days.
い
You
ろ
should
と
take
大
a
変だったろ
well-deserved break.
ゆっくり休むといい。
I will, but I believe you
So
deserve one most of all.
だがその言葉、そっくりそのまま君に返そう。
いや、
Our work isn't finished, I'm
僕の
afraid. I
仕
have a
事
few
はまだ
loose
終わってい
ends
ない
to
んだ。
tie up.
もうしばらく休めそうにない。
そうか。
Stenza, yes, of course. Durin.
思い出した。
ちょうど旅
We
人
can
と
talk
会も
about
い
it
る
back
し
at headquarters. The
後
traveler
で
in
一緒
Paimon
に
should be there
本
too.
部で話そう。
手の空いたものは
Alright, everyone who's
師団
finished their
教会
work
に
should head
戻っ
back
て
to their
休むといい。
quarters or to the church to get some rest.
クレイは
Wanna
私
come
と
with
一
us,
緒に
Kui? We
帰
can
ろう
drink
か
some Kui tea and eat some freshly baked moon
パイもある
pies.
からね。
Ayula. Yes, yes. Yatta.
やあみんな。
Yeah, I mean that. Hello, everyone.
ウェンティ殿、
Venti, thank you for everything,
今回は
Lord Venti.
大変な
I know
役
there
を
were
任せ
difficult
てしまっ
moments
たな。
along the way.
大変
Well, wait, doesn't mean you saw me running for my
必死
life.
に逃げ回ってたことがバレちゃった。
いや、
No
すまない
apologies, just forget I said
今
anything.
のは聞かなかったことにしてくれ。
Ah, just kidding, but you're right, it
冗談だよ。
was tough out there.
でも
Almost lost my hat to the
今回は
wind
確か
several
に大変
times.
だったね。風で帽子が何度も飛ばされそうになっちゃったよ。
風の中に
Any notable
君の
information on
聞
the
きたかった言
winds?
葉はあったかい？
Of course, it was out in the city wall for quite some time.
外壁
Heard all
の上
sorts
で
of things as
長
were
いこ
some
と
notable
耳を
well.
傾けてた
Picked
会
up
話あ
on
った
anxious
ね。
voices and a child's
苛立ってい
anger.
る声、子供が不安がる声、
Child, maybe Durin.
怒りに震える声、全部聞こえた。
物語に出てきた
Durin has been isolated
2号
for
の感情を
centuries, but
吸
absorbing
収したこと
subject
で
to his emotions.
ルリン
Allowed
は
him to understand certain
孤独
truths
で
about
ある
this
にも
world
か
and
か
its
わらず
existence,
こ
including
の
the
世
fact that
界
he is
の
no
こと
longer
を
mother's only
いくらか
child.
理解した。例えば
Not
自
happy.
分は母の唯一の子じゃないこととかね。また
On her or her
自
most
分が
perfect
完璧な
creation.
作品じゃないこ
It's
とも
obvious
知
you
ったん
found
だ。
that fact difficult to accept. The
それを
emotions
受
you
け入
felt
れら
in
れなかっ
response were
た
quite
ドリンに
genuine
は
and, dare I say,
とても
human.
生々しい感情が生まれた。完全
By
体を
women,
消
the
そう。
perfect creation, albeit
母
only
の子
child
は一
mother
人で十
needs.
分だ。
This Mondstadt
Doing
arose
it.
out of Durin's instinct to compete, survive, and came to
ド
dominate
リンの
all
生
those
存
around
本
him.
能と競争心から生まれたその思考は関わった者たちすべてに伝播した。僕を
Of
裁
course,
判
the
の場に
absorption
立
of
たせた
subject
こと
to his
は
knowledge allowed him to take a more
ドリンが
intelligent
2
approach
号の思考
to
パ
using
タ
the
ーンを
overrun.
模倣して取った中で最も賢い行動と言える。だが
In the end, however, Durin
そも
still
そも
lacks sufficient
Durin は
social
社
intelligence.
会への
The
適応
fact that
力
his
を持ち合
army,
わせてい
quote
な
unquote,
い。
even got this far is a miracle.
その派生物がここまでできたのは奇跡と言えるだろう。
なるほ
Oh,
ど。
no wonder Venti sensed a child's
だから
anger,
風から
the
子供
wind.
の不安がる声や苛立つ声が聞こえたんだな。
今も
That same feeling, it's
近くから聞こえる
close.
よ。
Oh. Impostor of Phonia! Exclamation. Ah, the informant.
ファニーや、
Miss Phonia here to make it
なぜ報告に
reports.
来なかったんだ。
Ah,
特に
nothing much to report
報告
actually.
することがなかったので、
そうか。
Is that so? During the battle, we were talking about your
Saki,
transfer to the 7th
君が
Company.
第7小隊に
You're in
転
charge of
属したこ
patrols
と
and
について
post-battle
話
reconnaissance
して
this
た。
time. How did everything go?
今回の防衛作戦で君はパトロールと後片付けを担当していたのだろ
はい、
Good, no
順調でしたので
problems.
ご安心を。
う。うん。
See if you don't mind me asking, why do you come from that
一つ聞きたい
direction
んだ
and
が。
why you're alone?
なぜ君は今
Hmm.
側門の方から来たんだ。もしや
Did you think we were still
戦
meeting
い
at
の
the side
最後
gate?
に風で
To
通達
change
し
the
た内
plans,
容
we
を
sent the
聞い
message
て
over
お
the
ら
wind
ず
the last few minutes of the battle.
元の計画通り側門に集合すると
Not
思っ
right
ていたのだろうか。
戦闘中
There were a lot of changes during the
Kyūna
operation, but I
Keikaku
imagine you missed those as well because you're under Durin's
Kimi wa
influence.
その
You've
どれも
been
聞い
since
て
you
いな
shipped
い。
to Dragonspine over 6 months
なぜ
ago.
ならドリンの力の影響を受けているからだ。それも半年以上前に。
私は
We saw her fewer than 6 months ago, I believe. At another wargame event.
動くな。
Don't move.
あとは
Let's continue this discussion back at headquarters. Don't be scared. I'll figure out a way to free you from this power soon.
君の体に残った悪いものは僕がどうにかする。
And it's been going on for some time. Restless as a child. Fend off the monsters from the snowy mountain together with your companions. And now, Hunger of Many. Not the end of the quest, but just that achievement. Okay, it's time.
ファニーヤを
Alright, the others are
他の人に
looking after
任せてきた。
Funia. Please tell me
彼
you
女
can
を
help
元
her.
に戻せそうか。
ああ、
Can, as long as the rest of the
次の行動が
operation
うまくい
goes
けば
well.
ね。
Wait, the operation isn't over. What do we do
戦いは
now?
もう終わったんじゃないのか？
Neutralize Durin.
ここから先
What
は
happens next is more of a
僕個
personal
人の計画
project.
だよ。
Consulted Venti about the possibility of calling a
三種会談を行えるか。
tripartite conference.
さっきウェンティに聞い
So
て
the
みたんだ。
third chair would have been for the witches, probably. Knights, church, witches.
君たちは知ら
Yes,
ない
that's
か
a
もしれ
relatively
ない
new
が
tradition. Grandmaster
その
Varga
会
came up with the
談
idea
は
a
数
few
年
years
前に
ago.
初めて行われ、
ファルカに
Still remember when
魔
he
女会
approached me
と
about
連絡を
asking
取
the
り
old
たいから
ladies of the
間に入って
Hexenzirkel
くれ
for
っ
a
て言
small
われた時
favor.
のことは
The Shamanist caught me off guard. I hadn't known any
しかも
different. I'd have thought he was
ファル
talking
カ
about
は
his
階
older
段で
sisters or
魔女たち
something.
のことをあと少しでお姉さんって呼ぶところだったんだ。
Manjotachi One-san. Not calling his sisters witches.
お姉さん？
Well, their sisters, is Varka really young or something?
思ったより若いやつなのか？
It's not what he looks like.
うーん
Well, I wouldn't exactly call him
若
young,
い
but
と
he's
は
not
言えな
old
いけ
either.
ど
Middle
年を
aged.
取っているわけでもないね。
いろんな場面で
It's the type to crack a joke at every opportunity, so whatever age that he
空気を読まずにジョークを言い始める年齢だ。
is.
ああ
Indeed.
そうだな。この会談の3
Anyway, the
種
tripartite conference
セ
is
ピ
a
ロス騎
gathering
士団
of
と
three
セピロス
parties.
教会の連合、
Hexenzirkel, the Anima
それ
Organ,
から
the
魔女
joint
会、
force of the Knights in Church
風
of
神バル
Venti,
バト
so
スのことを
those are actually the same. Interesting.
バルバトス様の仲介のもと、
Witches
大
and
団長は
is this
魔女と
Alice?
正式に面会
As
す
their
る機
first
会
pick
を
at
得た。
Varka, Barbados is able to facilitate a meeting between Varka and the mages. Churches here. And this orrery?
そして
Varka is quite aware of words, he was able to gain their
その
favor,
弁
convince
舌
them
に
to
よって
agree for to a
魔女
very
たちに
important
ある約束を
request.
させたんだ。モンドが
Namely
最
that
も助
Mondstadt's
けを
greatest
必要
time
と
of
す
need,
る
the
時
mages would return and lend
魔
their
女たち
aid
は
to our nation.
この地に戻り、モンドの力になると。
Oh, yes, and now I have a
もう一度
request of my
お願いする。
own, so I need the conference to convene once again. Would you,
会
if you
談を
would?
開いてほしい。
旅人
Of course, Troutware passed me the Dodo communication device. So talk to the witches, or...
それを
Oh, you're gonna use that thing to call them. It is Alice's.
早速始め
I'll
る
just
よ。
watch one. Okay, I think this should do it. Ito.
これで合ってたはず。
Dodo, Dodo, Dodoko. What's that ringing? Is it the wind or something?
風から聞こえるか。
That's Varka. And that's Sugita Tomokazu. Also Joseph Joestar.
あれその
Hold
声。
on, that's not the right voice. Wait, Barbados.
バルバトスか。
ファルカ
Varka.
大団長
Master Dai
ご
Dancho.
めんごめん。
So I put in
書
the
き間
wrong
違え
number.
ちゃった。
Sorry, Varka, you're probably
悪かっ
busy
た
right
ね、ファ
now.
ルカ。
Or not.
今
Wrong
忙しい
number.
でしょ
So it's just a phone.
頭上に
Considering I'm surrounded by sides of the group on my tail, we can determine amidst feet, yeah, I'd say so. He still picked up a phone
それ
call.
を忙しいっていうならそうだな。
そっか。
Oh yes, we'll have fun with that. We
じ
can
ゃあ
talk
引
some
き
other
続き頑張っ
time.
て。また連絡するから。
あ
Alright, pass along my regards. Oh, and I sold you for those drinks, don't I? Just take it from my stash, I keep it in.
おごれとか言ってたな。
Tell us about our money.
手作りでおごってやっから。
Nope, too
自分で
nice.
取りに行ってくれ。場所は
Actually, conscientious. Dodo, Dodo, Dodoko. Hey, he was just about to tell us about to find a secret stash and telling me hidden beneath the great tree of windrise.
そんな
That
と
seems
こ
like
ろ
a
に
bit
は
much.
さすがにないだろう。
Dodo, Dodoko. Alice, or... Hello, who is this? This is Alice, isn't it?
アリスさん、
Greetings, Miss
こんに
Alice,
ちは。
it's Venti.
ウェンティだよ。
Venti? No, doesn't ring a bell. Has to describe himself as Barbados, I imagine.
バルバ
You're
ト
really
ス
gonna
だ
tease me
よ
like。this one? It's
もう
Barbados.
忘れたふりしちゃってさ。
Forgot you like that? Apologies, was a bit of fun. What can I do for dear Barbados? What about this summer?
三種会談を
Still
覚
remember
え
the
ているかい？
tripartite conference, right?
実は
Calling
今
on behalf
日、
of a friend, he's
ある
asking
友
for a
人にそれ
meeting.
を開きたいって頼まれてね。
Basically, your adopted son. Oh, and what brave soul is it this time?
僕だよ。
It's me, Aunt
Alice.
Alice. Aunt.
セピロス騎士団調査招待隊長のアルベドが
Sort of
魔女会と正式な
police
会談を
cousin.
行うことを願って
Albedo,
るん
captain
だ
of the Knights of Venice investigation team, requests a formal meeting with the Hexenzirkel.
僕だよ。アリスさん。
Okay. Didn't say anything like Oba-san. What is your wish, dear Albedo? Albedo-chan. Want to accomplish something unprecedented. How unprecedented, something of your mother, Rhinedottir, never accomplished. Rhinedottir-san. In terms of technique, no, but in terms of location and materials, yes. Soda. Okay, that makes no sense. You piqued my interest, I'll be right there. Be right where? Here is in this office? No. That table. Well, again, everyone. Oh! Yeah, playable that. Hello, Aunt Alice. I've seen you turn yourself into a giant Dodogo. Yeah, make that playable. Darling, isn't it? Even has its own hat, huh? Like the hat. Oh, the attention to detail. Pleasure to see you all again. It's been a while. On behalf of the Hexenzirkel, I hereby grant Albedo's request. I'm guessing so many prepare. Take your time. Just come find me at the long table when you're ready. This was in the last window, too. Oh, that's nice of you. I suppose that's just my nature, darling. Thank you, Aunt Alice. Before we set out, there's something you need to meet. Mini Durin. At my office, he's waiting for you there. Next up. The gardener, go to Albedo's office. Applying the principles of truth, people gain knowledge, learn of boundaries, and nurture reverence. This mindset provides a safe borderline while also shackling the mad. The mad. You did so much for us this time, Lord Barbados. I don't even know how to thank you. Don't thank me at all, please. It makes it seem like I'm useless the rest of the time, huh? You know, that's not what I meant. Archon has their own calculations, so I'm not to question their wisdom. Okay, now you give me too much credit. I admit I'm not the most proactive Archon. You have your own hard work to thank for this result, and when our friends the honorary knight and Palma, of course. Okay. How worried about Albedo's plan? I can't help it. Full confidence in his abilities, it's an instinctual response. But in the end, if he sets his mind to something, I know he will succeed. I trust him. Oh, that's good to hear. And you. Before we set out, there's someone you need to meet. A new friend. At my office, he's waiting for you there. And... so now I suppose we can just go to the second floor now? Yeah, when are we gonna get to go to the third floor? I imagine they had that joke in mind. Hey, if you always wonder why Albedo always keeps his office closed. That's just a secret snack stash hidden around here somewhere. And it's you again. What? Hey, not so loud. You again. Mini Durin, Chibi Durin, what are you doing here? Actually. And what happened to Wanderer? I've kind of been helping you guys in secret this whole time. I tried tapping Palma on the shoulder during the battle, but you floated way too fast. You were there. Yeah, I've been in Mondstadt for a few days now. I've kept myself out of sight. I thought people might be scared of me. Yeah, probably. Oh, don't worry, we aren't scared of you. Thanks. Ooh. So it brings you here, or was it Windbloom? There were a ton of fun games this time of year. I did sneak off to the festival for a bit, even though I couldn't play the games because of all the people. I still had a lot of fun. Aww. That's not why I'm here. Albedo and I made a promise to accomplish something great together. What do you mean? I'm gonna replace the Durin on Dragonspine. I'm gonna be the one who was revived and brought into this world. Wait, didn't that already happen? You left the storybook world and now you're here. Sorry, I should be more specific.
うまく説
Still
明
not
でき
life
なくて
force.
アルベド
Albedo
が
said he can use alchemy to turn me
錬金
into a
術で僕を
human.
人間にする方法があ
人間
るっ
にする
て欲しい
To be a human. What? Human transmutation to your Albedo's intended subject. Yeah, he's been working
ア
on
ル
it for
ベ
a
ド
long
はそのた
time.
めにずっと準備してきた
And that's what you want Mini Durin to become human.
どうか
I
な
don't know if one is the right word. I don't even know if there's a right answer in a situation
何
like
が正
this.
しくてどう
But
す
it
べ
would
き
be
なの
interesting.
かは僕もよく分かってなくてでも
But I do know this. I have just as much of a right to this name. I don't want to lose the other Durin.
もう一人の
Becoming
自分
human
に
isn't as
負
simple
け
as
た
just
くない
changing form.
うん
No, Albedo talked to me about that. He said the Durin on Dragonspine is a lot
あ
more
と
aggressive and primitive.
雪山のド
It's
リ
like
ン
a
は
beast.
凶暴でまるで原始の獣みたいだってこともけど
But Mom created me in a
僕はお
storybook
母
that
さん
pure
が
parts
書
of
い
me
た
can
物
balance
語
out
に
the evil parts
登
of
場
him.
する竜でこの純粋な部分をもってすれば魔竜の邪悪さを相殺できるってアルベドは教えてくれた実はね
If I'm honest, I don't know what that will
雪
look
山の
like
ド
if I
リ
can
ン
still
と
be
融
me
合
once
し
I
て人
become
間
one
に
with
なっ
that
た
part
ら
of him.
僕は僕のままでいられるのか不安でもあるんだ それから
Maybe without a complete
もし
soul,
か
there was
して
never
今
really
の
me to
僕の
begin with.
魂は
Albedo
不
said
完
these
全
kinds
な
of
のか
questions
な
are
っ
normal.
て
We're
考
all just
え
trying to
も
figure
し
out
た
who we are.
でもそういうことを考えるのは普通のことだ
Let
っ
me
て
see.
アルベドは言ってくれた誰もがいろんな悩みを抱えてるんだって
Probably get a little bit of information from Mini Durin if we haven't seen him yet. Recollections menu. Okay. Hat guy. Interesting.
何も
I'm
変
not
わら
afraid
な
of
いでい
change.
る
I
よ
want my
り
life to have meaning, and
僕
suppressing
は
an
もっと
evil
意味の
dragon
あ
to
る
become
存在にな
human
りたい
sound pretty meaningful to me.
竜を抑えて人間になることは意味があることのように思えるんだ
Why do they say that?
何も変わらないでいるより僕はもっと意味のある存在になりたい竜を抑えて人間になることは意味があることのように思えるんだ
Suppressing an evil dragon by becoming human? Can mean to suppress an evil
だ
dragon?
から心配しない
So
で
don't worry, no one is forcing me
こ
to
れ
make
は
this
僕が
choice.
選んだ道だ
Well, turning you into a human sounds like a huge project, and what Albedo wants to get the mage's approval.
通りでアルベドは魔女界との会談を望んだわけだアルベド
Yeah,
に
I'm
は
really
感
grateful
謝
to
し
him.
て
We're
る
kind
よ
of in the same boat, you know.
ただ僕たちが一体どういう関係なのかは今もよく分かってないんだアルベドは
Albedo
白
told me he's the
亜
chalk
の
prince,
申
a
し子で
synthetic human, and
ホ
if
モ
this
ンク
works,
ルス
I'll be
だっ
one
て
too.
ことを教えてくれたそしてもうすぐ僕もアルベドと似た存在になるこういう
We'll be
命
the
の
only
あり
two of
方
our
をし
kind
て
in
る
the
の
whole
は
world, all chemical
この世
creations
界
allowed
で
to live in
僕たち
human
二人だけだ
form.
錬金術によって創造されて最終的に人間の姿で生きていくのも僕たちだけこの世
If
界
all
の
living
生
things are
物
grouped
を
together
種
by
族で分け
species,
る
and
と
there's
し
only
た
one
ら
other person like me in
僕
this
と
world,
同一
does
種
that
なの
makes
は
us
彼し
family?
かいない
Aw.
つまり彼が僕の唯一の家族ってことになるのかな
Definitely, you've just got to trust one
だ
another.
からお互い信じ合ったらいいと思うぜあそうだ
Actually, we're on the subject. Does your friend Hat Guy Kasachi know about this?
うん
Yeah, I told him I was coming here to fulfill this duty. He didn't try to stop me. He just told me to get a move on then.
そしたら僕を止めることもなくさっさと言ってくれって言われたよ多分
He didn't say it outright, but I think he supports my decision. Maybe even thinks it's a good idea to go through with
僕
this.
がアルベドと同じ種になるために僕はここに戻
You,
るべき
you
だ
want to sit down or something?
カサッチもそう思ってくれてるんだ
Imagine hovering like that gets tiring.
ちょっと
I'm a little
怖いけ
scared,
ど
of course, but excited
楽
too.
しみでもあるこの
You
タ
know,
イ
I'm
ミン
really
グで
glad I
君
got
た
to
ち
talk
に
to
会
us
え
like
て
this.
本
I
当
feel a
によ
lot
かっ
better
た
now, so thanks.
だいぶ
We got a bit of recollection, right? Ah, yep. Summertide skills and tales. Oh, that's cute. Made new graphics for these all. After receiving a strange book of fairy tales, you and Paimon arrived at a wondrous world named Simulanka. There you experience an adventure with your companions, At that tale's closing, you discover that this world was created using a fairy tale written by the witch M. It's Naberius as its blueprint. You also rescue a little dragon named Durin while there. Mini Durin, Chibi Durin, made friends with you. Promised to aid you at some point in the future when you should need it. That ordinary. Anya M. Just a rider, not even really a witch. Ouch. Feel a little nervous, but also kind of excited. It's a strange feeling. I never felt anything like it.
こんな気持ち初めてだよ。心
But
配
don't
し
worry,
な
I
いで
can cope. I gotta do my best to stay in a good frame of mind so that Albedo's plan can succeed.
最高の状態で臨んで絶対にアルベドの計画を成功させてみせるよ。
Okay. So the fight is soon. What do you gotta say now? And they're gone. Okay. Yeah. We actually just go right outside. No, it's actually in the theater lobby. That's right. Okay. Well, is it the mysterious room? Yay! Party configuration cannot be changed during the Hexenzirkel's trial. Choose a suitable party in advance. Alice. Special version of the theater lobby. No music machine. You're still moving. Okay, goodbye. And the Barbaloth machine is gone, not even inactive, just gone. None of the physics objects are here. Can't change your party config. This is gonna be a tough one, honestly. I'm just gonna use the actual good freeze party for this. Hi! Welcome one and all, please sit wherever you like, and there's our chessboard. And where are the other pieces? So no unspoken rules to be aware of. Don't want to unwittingly park myself down some important lady's chair. I got the Alice telegram. Gramophone. I would doubt anyone's going to mind where you sit or Barbados, but thank you for being so considerate. Jean didn't fancy tagging along. What happened in the city today? If she left, there really would be no one around only the Knights of Rhinedottir. Alright, never mind. I was just hoping to treat her to some tea. So tell me, Albedo, what is this outrageous and audacious plan of yours that I've been hearing murmurings about? We'll get right to the point. I intend to kill the evil Durin in Dragonspine. Well, the demonic dragon, really. Again, it doesn't translate that well to evil. I should have just said demonic. Oh. Yeah. I'd also like to request some alchemical reagents from the Hexenzirkel. Supply. Which ones? I'm all ears. First would be the flesh of that immortal monster from the Mare Jivari. Immortal monster. Interesting. What else? The other is a portion of the embryo of my mother, Rhinedottir. Immortal monster. I believe Oribant the Blacksmith mentions that. With the material from which he created monsters in the past, there's not much of it left. Dragon blood, monster flesh, and embryo. It's more like a format for creating life. Immortal life. Correct. Durin's heart has continued to beat ever since the day he died. That means it's just a matter of time before he eventually returns. It could be centuries away or millennia, but the day will come. Spent years investigating Dragonspine, so I'm well aware of the danger he poses. He has already posed a considerable threat to Mondstadt in less than half of his original strength. There's no telling how dire the consequences could be if he ever regained his full life force. Hence, if we want to be free of the dangers posed by his blood and limitless vitality, let's find a way to eliminate Durin entirely. Fortunately, Durin is a special entity. Even after death, he could reawaken at any moment. Bring him them back in a form that they like. So the solution is kill then resurrect him in a different form. Upon resurrection, he'll no longer be the creature he once was. In fact, he'll no longer be a monster at all because I intend to transform him into a human-like being. During the summer quit, I visited a fairy tale world called Simulanka, created by mages from the Hexenzirkel, so I'm sure you know of it, and she made it. She made it. Of course, it was even the home of one of N's children, the other Durin. I see, exactly. It was during that journey that I learned with certainty that Durin would return to life one day. His experience inspired me. I met the pure soul M had created, and I knew if I wanted to change Durin's fate, he could be the key. To that end, I devised an alchemical model for the transmutation. Soul will come from the fairy tale dragon of Simulanka, blood from the original dragon's heart, the monster remnants from the Mare Jivari, and the embryo mother left behind will form the flesh. The corrosive nature, the dragon venom, and the heightened vitality of the monster remnants offset each other, keeping the constructed body in perfect balance. Venom. A powerful side effect can be triggered when festering forces and life energy collide. Alchemical setting, the results are sure to be nothing short of astounding. Like Nemusia annihilation, The glint in your eye when you talk about these ideas, you really are your mother's child. Do you see that as a bad thing, Aunt Alice? Of course not. To me, you're both extraordinary individuals. I find you fascinating. In any case, that was the last Venti for help. The raw materials you seek are extremely valuable. Misuse of even the tiniest amount could cause unimaginable chaos. That said, we're happy to give you what you need, but there is one condition. You need to prove you can wield them, and so you must pass the Hexenzirkel's trial. I understand. I figured something like this might happen. That's why I asked the traveler to come along. And I'm joining you in this thing. You're not even going to try to talk me into it. Oh, I need convincing. I thought you wanted to keep an eye on me. This is what sort of outlandish things I might attempt without someone to keep me in check. I'm not going to argue with you. So you know our tricks, huh? It's red cups. And Alice has always loved a spectacle. Any chance when his friends come together to support one another. Well, success means little if you know when to celebrate it with no. Although I'm afraid your Paimon will have to sit this one out. What? Why? Something about being from Celestia. The Hexenzirkel trials are no walk in the park, my dear. That's already decided on this structure. There's only room for 2 participants, I'm afraid. No more, no less. Stand to me, Papa. Don't be too angry with your dear aunts. That last part was added. Okay. Turn off the charm, Papa. We'll stay behind. Thank you for being so understanding. Then whenever you two are ready, interact with the chessboard on the table. It will guide you through the trial. Then we'll make a formal request. We'll go through this trial with me, of course. Let's do this. Are you ready, traveler? Just about. Then, my dear children, get ready for a taste of the Dodo King's magic. Dodo Daimao. Great demonic Dodo Demon King, basically. Ouch. Shrink. Oops. Paimon got that small. Her brain would not function anymore. It's certainly in keeping with Hexenzirkel modalities. You've been shrunken down to chess piece size. Paimon can't talk for me. Oh, you're so tiny now. Take extra care of yourselves, okay? Just looking at us. Yeah. Traveler, get him. What is it? Nothing, it's just Paimon's voice is even louder than usual. Now I'm this size. She's always so energetic and lively, nothing can dampen her spirits.
心配はいらない。
Don't worry, you'll be back with her again.
すぐ
in no
にパイ
time.
モンのところに
Aww.
戻れる。
How the bond between those two. That's actually really cute. Sound pretty confident, Albedo-chan.
まさか
And Alice, I didn't realize you'd be personally conducting the trial, and not just her. Well, since your mother has to recuse herself, who better than I to put your abilities to the test? I've prepared quite a riveting new performances for you to see. And this is actually going to be stronger than the weekly version, because it seems with world level. The other one maxes out at 93. Beat them in battle, prove to me that you have what it takes to achieve your goal. Swashbuckle your way to victory like gallant fairy tale heroes. Okay. Except the Hexenzirkel's trial, and already another one was it just seems at 102. Come into being. Text for us, and that over there is the phase 2 area with. Okay, come on. Not the one who plays it, just is moment of birth. Oh, and sometimes you get the burst. Moment of burst. And how did we miss that? Really? Come on. And come on. And the queen has got it coming. And come on. Hit. And come on. That was pretty good. And now hit. Burst 4. And oh, decent amount of that. Unpleasant. It was ancient power. This isn't too bad, honestly. And okay, now we got. Don't have to worry about the chariot. A lot of the mechanics are kind of gone, I suppose. Then got knocked. No queen. No, the queen is here. Okay. It was ancient power. Oh, that's big damage too. And oh, I was gonna say we didn't get close enough. We actually did. That's not the problem. No. Thank you. Go for the fab proc. Like, oh no, because you don't have the fab on you. You've got deathmatch. I don't want you to have deathmatch. I want you to have fab. Oops. That's not great. Wait, so how did I get back on Escoffier then? Oh, because it theater, right, after this. Well, it's Barboth, it had to be this form. A toy doesn't really suit me. Oh, this one doesn't seem like Alice. Well done, but this isn't over. I will now preside over the second trial. Stare straight ahead. You'll see things as they appear. Change your perspective, you'll see them as they are. I've seen this cutscene before, but yep, and that window is our next stage. Again, finally, Albedo's flower is useful for something. You okay? Okay. Once again, remind me of Simulanka and part 2. The Queen and King are now stronger. Oh. Opens up. Claymore and Scepter. I wonder who voices these. The trial awaits. So it doesn't immediately start. Let me see. Yep, I think I can change. Yep, hasn't started, so we could put Fav back on you. Otherwise, we run into some annoying energy issues, like in the first part. And you can see... No, you can't. No, she is right over there. Let's do it. The stars up there. It's kind of spiral. I need to look up what those words are. That's another Mona scrying type thing. But by turning the world in its head, can we see its true colors? So it begs the question, what do you see on the other side of this chessboard? Thanks, and let's get this ready. Pawns are in true freedom the moment they get wings with which to run, so instead of run, get a little surprise for you. Okay. Good damage. When you thank me, of course, a small gesture from me, Barblock Trismegistus, to you. You honor, blessed by trolling your strong Aunt Barbie. Maybe we're also trying to rock of my own student. She'd be so full of herself. I do wish they got weave out of the order. And okay, come on. Oh, Thomas. Send a King's lethal blow. Cool. Damage. There on you. Get over to where's the Queen's over there? Okay. Come on. No. Oh, energy again. Annoying. Feel this ancient power. And now you're ready to... This is basically the same as the other fight. Full difficulty, more or less. Okay. Of course, Ayaka would be nice too. That would be fair. They do actually move around a lot. So I suppose they'd want you to use Skirk, first and foremost. Skirk and foremost. And... Whoop. Oh, ouch. I thought I would have dodged that. I guess not. Coming to be. And now you're gonna go into your next phase, right? Yep. Seamlessly trigger Frozen, stop the lethal blow, and now they can collide. Oh, ouch. And now we just kill the king. There we are. Good. Walpurgis game. That is Witch's game. Cool. Fun enough? Yes, very well done. He did it. Oh, they've grown up so fast. I'm so proud. Now you're small. Well, really? Well, then I'll leave you to brief the others about today's events. Where are we going to get our catalyst? Oh, you're leaving already. You did marvelously today. I'm thrilled for both of you. Should feel they need to grow closer to that student of mine, so she knows to up her game. Be my guest. Ha 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 ha. Could have used Mona here, but yeah, this was a real fight. Had to use a real team, especially since it's a higher level than the weekly one. Lovely tea party, but that'll do me for now. Until next time, my dearies. To be fair, it felt like they had a little bit less HP. They're just going up and weave, Barbie. Shut up, Barbie. You have to figure Barb once, she's always on the move. She never says where she's going either. I think she enjoys the mystique. It's a secret. Himitsu. But if I had to guess, she's probably going for a walk. Yeah, she's a very health-conscious individual. And hopefully she isn't turning into water like Mona. Barbie was satisfied with her victory, and so am I. Congratulations to you both. You can come back now. Oh, whoops, I need to turn you back to normal first, don't I? What if you didn't that? Yeah, this is where we see the first arena. Okay. Finally back. Great job. You made it all look so easily. Let me look up what that text says. And... they ain't saying a thing. And... okay. Raindrops. Okay. Hydro. Let me check. Zerk. And Deep Blue. Solve all the puzzles in the chess game. Oh, all 3 possible ways to knock the king over during the first part of the fight. Destroy the Electro Ward, defeat the queen, and make a quad by pawn. So you need to keep things slow. Okay. Interesting. Hidden. Soldier entity. But it does not say... Okay. So it doesn't say... Huh, okay. On the back, great job, you it all looks so easily. It doesn't say what that text says. This heavy back said it's time to relax and switch off. You've earned it. Otsukare-sama. Thank you. Feel pretty good to be at the trial. Fun boss. Well, that is kind of random as far as world bosses go. Say the same thing about Andrews, though. So you rest up, let me know when you're free, and we'll head to Dragonspine. Deal with the dragon of Dragonspine, right?
ああ、なるべく早く対処した方がいいからね。
Indeed, the sooner we'll deal with Durin, the better. Nice to have you back safe and sound. No time to relax and switch off. You've earned it. And yeah, what if we just could go right back into the chessboard like idiots? Yep, and now we go in here. Leap on down. Ancient rhyme, right. Unknown energy. And again, yes, Celestia. Let's put our stupid non-team back in. And now... For a second I thought I would hit and splat on the tree. But this place is as freezing as ever. Whimper Pumpkin's hands are turning to ice. Feels a lot smaller than it did before. Helps that we're just going through, but scales change. When it caught into my hood, sure is it warm in there. I should take the edge off and it might improve your mood. I recommend finding a heat source for a more potent effect. Ah, we got a tooth there. All Geo, and there's the hearts. Long time since I saw this thing. Oh. You've arrived, sorry Palman, I have to get to work now. Might be a little scary. Still beating away after all this time, and it is warm. Leave it to me, you two stay on guard. Are we gonna get attacked, or? Hands up. Gio, up on top. Sucks it all up. Why couldn't you just do that before? Oh, because probably get taken over. Well, my opponent asked a question. You may. Who is Durin to you? Do you think of him as one of your kind? And is he a dragon, person, animal, or monster? From an alchemical perspective, we're both artificial creations. But biologically speaking, we have no relation whatsoever. So to say we are kin would be categorically incorrect, but we've got the same mother. Sounds like you prefer humans to dragons, then. Well... It's not so much a matter of preference, rather as things stand. Upset belong to the class of human, albeit a unique category thereof. But then again, the swarms of life in this world possess some unique traits. I'm perhaps the most unique among humans in that I'm the only one of my kind. Soon there will be another just like me, assuming this alchemical project proves successful. I believe Chibi Durin already told you of his intent to replace the Durin of Dragonspine. My conversation with him, he also expressed a strong interest in becoming human. That child. It's a fantastic prospect, not to mention an extremely challenging one, but I understand why he came to that decision. Do you see this as an act of creation? Well understood in the broadest sense, this project deals with both the past and future. It stands to profoundly impact many lives, that primarily is what makes it worthwhile. Helping Mini Durin become who he wants to be is a secondary consideration, still a meaningful one. By contrast, my personal motivations are nothing so grand and meaningful as pursuing something I believe in. In my view, to cultivate life which this world cannot generate endogenously within itself is to cultivate the world itself. Whatever aids life in attaining a greater level of perfection improves the world by doing so. The red is streaming with the gold. It's not a question whether this ought to be done or not, whether I wish to. The alchemical enterprise is concerned with deciphering and comprehending all forms of knowledge. It's the path I walk. Morally gray. Of course, that's not to say that this is just a science experiment to me. Anything that affects Mondstadt, I approach first and foremost as a member of the Knights of Favonius. Does that answer your question satisfactorily? Well, enough, thank you. And it's dry. Finished. Extracted that life. The red sealed in his gold. It's like a golden energy is encased in the dragon's hearts.
ドゥリンの心臓
Oh,
は大
heart
きい
would be
し
too big. I don't need
そ
that
の
much.
全てが必要なわけじゃない
Instead, I've just removed the core. The rest will
コア
soon
の
lose
部
its
分だけを
vitality
回収
completely.
したこれでも今回
It's time Durin's body should finally die for good.
ようやく死ねるはずだ
Wait, but in that case, what's gonna happen to the fake Herta? What are the people who fell under Durin's influence?
他にも影響を受けた奴らがいたよな
騎士団が見張っ
The
ている
Knights will keep an eye on them, but as far as I'm concerned, Durin's influence on the citizenry, creating a
彼ら
new
の受
Durin
けた
through
影
alchemy are
響を
one and the
取り
same
除くことと
thing.
同義でもある
Hmm.
これで
As in, they both require
連
draining.
星人は完成する
With this heart, I'll be able to complete the alchemical array
一連
and
の
deal with
厄
all
介な
these
問
issues
題
in
も
one go.
解決できるだろう
Okay. It just lagged out.
お前って本
Try to
当にせっか
Mondstadt.
ちだな。
Still use this to diffuse teeth then. Massive rock that once looked like a heart has lost its power and descended to a solemn silence. No, it won't be able to absorb any vitality like this. Let's just go report back to Orbon, Traveler. Yeah, okay. So that's Festering Fang World Quest. Gotta remember to chat with him, because he's got some stuff to say about the Mare Jivari. However, there is one who has crossed that borderline. What did he gain from the other side? You still do not know, yet together will prove that his transcendence has an unparalleled significance. Okay. Let's finish this out. Let's call it a day here. Thank you for
付き合っ
accompanying me.
てくれてありがとう
Pleasure, we sure learned a
で
lot.
もすごいものを見せてもらったし
ウィンドブルーム祭の期
Mondstadt
間
will
中
have a place during the Windward
Mondstadt.
Festival.
とても
You
賑
should take
や
a
か
look
で
around.
楽しい
Pick
と
up
ころ
some
になる
nice souvenirs for yourselves.
あちこち見て回ってお気に入りのものを探してみるといい
Oh yeah, the festival. Wonder who the Windward Stars is gonna be this
祭
time.
のスターは誰になるんだろうな
Well, we've been too busy dealing with the situation the entire time.
バタしてるし
We'll also be free to work
街で
during the
人
Windward
助けして
Festival.
るのって一体
お祭りの日に
Which
なれ
we'll
ば
find out
わ
on the
かる
day
さ
of. Wait until 2 days later. That was fast. Right. Well, previous game, passed the trail set by the Hexenzirkel. And now, 2 days later. I think we might need to actually send it forward a bit more, but we'll see. I'm gonna need something to eat. Okay.
随分と長い。
ウィンドブ
Go
ル
to
ー
the
ム祭
plaza. The Windward Festival's at again. Let's go check it out. Now we go back to the special story mode. That is far. And now, to have her son, the end. Domain.
皆も知っての通り
As you'll know, during this year's
今年の
Windbloom
Windbloom
Festival, the
祭は
people of
困難に
Mondstadt
満ちて
have
い
banded
た
together, defeat several waves
我 々
of
は
monsters that tried to
一
invade
丸
our
となる
city.
ことでモンドに侵入する敵を撃退できた今年度の
Accordingly, we would
ウィンドブルー
like to
ム
award
祭
the
のスタ
title
ー
of
は
Windbloom Sword as someone who made an
まさに
outstanding contribution
こ
to
た
the
びの
defense
騒動で
operation.
多大な
May
貢献をしてくれた人物となる彼は
says someone who may not look like a strong warrior, but whose
見た目だが
keen insights played a vital role
戦い
in
の
gaining
流れを
control
読
over
む
the
ことと
conflict.
人
Oh,
々の
Venti.
心をなだめる
Words
こ
and
とを
songs as a
避け
way
て
of lifting people's spirits, and they were a
自
great
分な
support
り
to
の
us
方法
all.
で
It's
皆を
like
サポー
Furina
ト
getting
して
the
くれた
Furina Award.
では
Let's give a round of applause to this year's Windbloom Sport, Venti the Bard.
盛大な拍手を
Ooh, yay, Venti! Oh, no way, you're really gonna pick me. Again, it's like Furina winning the Furina
何を
Award.
言う
Why not? You're the
ウェン
perfect
ティ殿
person
こ
for
そ
the job.
適任だ
Alright, does that mean I get unlimited free drinks at the tavern?
堂
I
々
hope
と
not.
酒場に入って飲み物をねだっちゃうよ
ああ
I'm Sure, they'll be more than
ウィン
happy
ド
to
ブルー
support
ム
this
祭の
year's
スタ
Windbloom
ーからの
Star.
お願いを断
Why
る
you
人な
even
ど
take a
いないだ
trip
ろ
like
う。
give your acceptance speech
な
to
ん
the
なら
crowd?
グラスを手に選ばれた気持ちを語ってくれてもいい。
それじゃ
Aha,
あ
in that case, let me swap
僕
out
の
the
気持
speech
ちは
for a
この
song.
歌で送らせてもらうよ。さあ
Everyone, the best part of the land is about to begin its
最高の金融詩人の
performance, so don't go
ショーが
away and gather around and lend me your
聞いておくれ。
ears. Cutscene. Yep. Venti. Thank you. Witness my great undertaking. No, he just hates people.
ここに構
I
築の
hereby
祈りを
exercise the
捧げる
prayer of formation. Summoning circle. Mini Durin. What were the sigils there? Oh, they're the same, right? Yeah. He's gonna transmute everyone into Chibi Durin.
無害の大地を
Ubiquitous earth
流れゆく
flowing
店を
water.
精錬の火を
Refining water,
孤
fortifying
欲の風
winds.
よ
Why is it photon of
18
fluctuation?
と世界
Traverse the 18th worldly and 20th passage. So it's worldly 19? What does that mean? Cycles? Have I watched it?
紡がれた魂が
Emergent
生まれ落ち
soul
るため
enter the mortal realm. Multiple places at
不朽の
once?
ムクロを
Elevate
神聖
festering
なる
flesh into
血肉
sacred
と化せ
blood and bone. So were they trying to distract people?
我が偉
Sages?
業を刮目せよ
It's my great endeavor. The work. Yep. It's his burst quote, isn't it? Well, kind of. And now, how was it? Not bad, right? Oh, distraction. Disgusting. Put a shirt on. Can't wait for him to be a 4-star in the banner of a random 5-star girl in Nodecry who likes her strumming. Albedo, how did everything go?
ああ
Very smoothly, I'd say. We achieved our goal. Really? So Chibi Durin looks like a human now. Cool wings. Correct, however, his newly formed body
構
is still
築されたばかり
stabilizing.
の
We should
体
give
は
him some
ま
time.
だ不安定だ
That'll work,
し
Albedo.
ばらくそっとしておいてあげようありがとう
I graciously accepted the
今回は
compliment.
確かに
Really is rather
大事を
remarkable
成
what
した
we've accomplished. So, how do you feel right now?
望んでいたことを
My
やり
good,
遂
I
げ
did what I set out to do,
目標
achieved a
も達成で
personal
きた
goal.
から悪くない気分だよ彼女が見たら
I think even she would have made a rare facial
いつ
expression
もと
had she
違
seen
った
it.
表情を見せてくれるだろう
She, Gold.
僕の師匠
A
にして
master and
母
mother,
の
Gold,
黄金
Rhinedottir.
レインドットさもうだいぶ前だけど
A long time ago, she sent me to
彼女は
Mondstadt with the instruction to
僕をモンドに
complete a
向かわ
task
せ
of
た時
monumental importance to find
あ
the
る
truth
大
of
き
the
な課
world.
題を与えたんだ僕の
I
推
had a
測
theory
を
about
確
what
か
she
める
meant
の
in
に
time. I was able
少
to
し時間が
corroborate
か
it
かっ
true
たけど
enough. Finding the truth of the world
結果は
basically stood for
予想
getting
通
a
りだった
life. What about making a life?
生活することは
That might be easier for
大
most
半の
people,
人か
but
ら
for
する
someone
と
like me, it meant doing a lot of
全く
learning about
難
a
しい
lot
こ
of
とじゃないだろ
things.
うでも僕のような存在からするとそれは多くを意味する自分を知り
I
世
had to
界
find
を
out
知る
about myself and the world around me,
自
get to
分を
know
理解し
me, and to get
他
to
人
know
を
other
理
people.
解する僕と世界
Life
の
is the
間に
space that
は
exists between me and the
生活があ
world.
る
To become truly human, I had to inhabit that
本物の
space
人間であるならそれがなければならないだから
and create life.
ホムンクルスが生活を見
So
つけ
for
ら
an
れた
artificial
時
human, finding life is, in some
それはある程度
sense, equivalent to finding the truth of the world, he
世界を知ったことに
said homunculus.
つまり真相を見つけたということになる
So that's what she meant, huh? Well, no wonder those monsters wanted to infiltrate the city and replace you. They wanted your life for themselves.
ただ生きるだけ
Being
では
alive is just existing, but having a life is what makes you truly human. I
本
think
物の
that's
人
the
間
message she
にな
wanted
れ
to get
る
across to me.
彼女はこれを伝えたかったんだろう。でも
Still, I
今
found this
回の
whole
件
series
で
of events has given me
新
new
たなヒントを
information.
得たよ。人間になるのは
Becoming human is
ただの
only at the
始まり
beginning.
に過ぎない。
Follows as the choices a human has to make in life, as well as the kinds of family bonds that they will form.
人間の家族とどのような関係を築いていくのか。多くの人から
Most
する
people
と
would probably see the events of the
この
last few
数
days
日
as
に起き
something
た
out
こ
of
と
a
は
nightmare, but for me
た
it's
だの
just part
恐
of
ろ
my
しい
family
不
life.
気味な出来事としかないだろう。だけどこれから僕の兄弟は
I fear that the carefree
前のように
existence my
自由に
brother
生
has
きること
enjoyed
は
thus
できないだろ
far
う。
now come to an end. It's
彼も
like me
僕
who
と
have
同
to
じ
step
よう
into the
に
world and face the same
この世
constraints as
界を
everyone
歩み
else.
人間という
Durin
枷と共に生きていく。
変わった
We've
家
got
庭
an
だな。
unusual family, that's for sure.
まあ
Well, I suppose we
そも
get
そ
it
も
from our mother. She's
母
highly
が特殊
unusual.
だからね。この世界に
There are
は
all kinds of families in the
様々な
world. Some
家
base
庭
their
があ
life around the family store, others around the
小さな
farm.
店に根を張る人もいれば農場に根を張る人もいる。僕たちは
And my family is supposed to be tend to the flower
庭
beds,
園
and now
に
I'm a
根を張っ
gardener
ているん
too.
だろう。
Well, as you feel like you gain something from the
そして今や
experience.
僕も立派な庭師になった。ああ、
Mm-hmm.
師匠は顔を
That's
出さ
never
なか
showed
っ
her
たけど
face, but the Hexenzirkel knows what
ア
I've
リスさ
done,
ん以外の
and she knows as
魔
well
女
and
界
gave
の
her
人が知ってい
approval.
たということは彼女も僕のしたことを黙認してくれたってことだろう。どうやら
Since devouring
ナベリウス
Naberius,
を飲み込んだ
it
後
seems she has finally found a modicum
母
of
はようやく
peace.
安ら
And
ぎを
when
得
would
た
that
よう
have
だ。
been?
もしそうだとした
And
ら
if so, then I'm truly happy for her.
僕は
She
心
didn't
から
always have
嬉
a
しく
penchant
思
for
うよ。
madness, you know.
彼女だって
So is that what
生
made
まれ
her
た
start
時から
fighting monsters?
狂気じみていたわけじゃないからね。
ナベリウス
Devouring
を飲み
Naberius.
込
What's
んだ。
Naberius? The heart of Naberius from his character
それって
story.
何なんだ？
Which is also
生の
it's
失
the
勢
name
だ
of the
よ。
ruler of life. Yeah, Shade of Life. You got Naberius, Renova. Naberius. Solomon. Melting Furnace. Valiant Marcus of Hell. 19 legions of demons under his command, so that might be the symbolism of 19. A world. Cunning in all arts and science, in rhetoric speaking with a hoarse voice, in sciences. Loss of dignities and honors. Three-headed, potentially connected to Cerberus. Interesting. What?
この間
And
Alice
Alice told me about it not too
さんが
long ago, but it came as no surprise. A new
けど
master would do it
正直
sooner or later.
僕はそれほど驚きを感じていない。
So they got the heart, but she didn't
師匠、
devour
そ
it
れ
until
に
now?
ナベリウ
As
ス
for
は
the ruler of
完
life,
全
all
に
in
消え
truth
た
it
わけ
was
ではなく
this. Naberius is now
彼女と
gone.
融
Instead,
合
because
し
the
ただけに
masters
過ぎない。
agency and Naberius are now one.
僕が
Like
生の
unifying
失勢に
Chibi
ついて知ってい
Durin,
るのはこれくらい
Paralogism
だ。
Albedo, and Mini Durin, Chibi Durin.
今回の協力に感
And
謝
the
するよ。
original, yeah. In case, thank you so much for help during this ordeal and for choosing to stand by my side through it all.
礼を言わせてほしい。
Be kind of weird. So would a playable Rhinedottir be Hydro or Geo? Maybe even both. But it feels like if that's ruler of life very connected to Fontaine. Should have something like both Numa and Usia, kind of like Furina. Maybe buffs Numusia to make Numa and Usia swords deal actual damage. Of course, that's what friends are for. Pop took the words right out of my
そう
mouth.
言ってもらえて
When you say that means more than
少
I
し
can
気持
say.
ちが楽になったよ。
Aw.
後で
I'll make sure to pass along the sentiment when I report back to Master Jean.
この喜びも共有しておこう。
Oh, so you're heading back to headquarters. Well, good luck with the report.
うん。
Thank you. I'll get
それ
going.
じゃ。
Soreja. Oh, this Wind Boom Festival turned out to be a special one. Feels like we really made a
しかも
difference.
ウィンドブルーム祭の期間中にだなんてびっくりだぞ。あ、そうだ。
Oh, Pop almost forgot. The Wind Boom Storm has already been chosen. What is this year's Wind Boom gonna
私
be?
の風の花って
Albedo's
何になる
Geofarm.
んだろうな。
パイモンは何
I
だと思
want
う
to take a guess.
金曜
Into your back.
用事は終わったのか？
Oh, well, I couldn't keep my
風
two
の
dear friends
花
in the
を
dark
教え
about
に
this
来て
year's
あげ
Wind
た
Boom.
よ。
Now, could I? What do you
今
think
年
of
は
this
セシリアの
Cecilia?
花さ。
Ascension
どうかな？
for him and Albedo. It's quite fitting. I like it.
遊興者
The
の
true
真
theme is the
心。
prodigal son.
情緒あふ
Sentiment
れ
is
る
sweet
この
and
言
warm
葉
as a
は
gentle spring breeze,
まるで
perfect
こ
for
の
the
季節の
season.
風のようだ。
All about Albedo.
旅人、
Trevor, give me
手
your
を出して。
hand. Huh?
君とアルベ
Mages
ドが
were
魔女会の
pleased that
試
you and
練に
Albedo
無
managed
事
to
合
pass
格
their
して
trial.
魔女たち
Albedo
は大
received
喜
the
びだって
materials he
な
sought, so you deserve
ア
something
ル
in
ベドは
return
欲
as
しいも
well.
のを手に入れたわけだし君にも報酬をあげないとねこれは魔
The
女からの
Hexenzirkel
プレ
wants
ゼ
you
ン
to
ト
have
だ
this. It contains something entirely one
中
of
に
a
は
kind.
無二の
A
秘密が
secret
隠
of
されてい
sorts.
る
When the time is right, it will reveal
今
itself to
覗い
you.
ちゃダメだよ
So no need to open it
その
right
時が
away.
来るまで待つようにね
Interesting. Probably relevant in Node Cry.
なんだか不
Oh,
思
a
議な
gift and a
感じだ
mystery all in
魔
one.
女らしいっちゃら
Mages
しい
show all
け
their
け
ど
secrets, huh? Yeah, it's a lot capsule from Pokemon.
君ほどふさわしい
According to
人
the
はい
senator,
ない
you're
っ
probably
て
the only person who
送
can
り手
make
が言
use
っ
of
ていた
something
よ
like this. So I
安
suppose
心
it
して受け
belongs
取って
with
く
you.
れ
Alright, thanks.
どういたしましてま僕はただの使い走りだけど
Oh,
ね
well, I did was deliver it, although I did go to great lengths during
僕
this
も
whole
人助け
ordeal.
をしたわけだ
Suppose
し
a reward for my efforts wouldn't be
ご
out of
褒美を
question.
もらってもいいと
Go
思
get
う
drunk.
な
You've helped a lot, Venti. How about we
大
treat
活
you
躍
to a
だった
drink?
もんなじゃあ
本当に
Really, I'll hold you to that.
約束だ
You
よ
don't go back
す
on
っ
your
ぽ
word.
かさないでね
もち
Of
ろん
course
だ
not.
ぞ
Let's go to the
後で
tavern
酒場
right
に
now.
行こうぜ
やった
Ah, music in my ears. I'm so happy I could fly. It's like this festival is made for me or something.
ーやっ
Shut
ぱ
up
り
and
お
die.
祭りって素晴らしいね
When no one remains for the song to tell, the world is not loud
賛
enough
美
to
され
show.
る愛は消え警告に残るは災いの
Should
み
be the end of it, right?
かくも過酷な運命を誰が受け入れられ
Cruel
よう
is said fate, cruel it may
救
be.
いの勇
Were
士は
not for
ま
a
だ
hero who
現
could
れない
set
の
us all
か
free. Hmm.
風に漂う香
Which
りを
through
捉
shadows
え
so
るが
cold,
ご
is
と
our
く
wisdom told, chasing a
心
fragrance
の
that
奥
wind
底を
only
見通
knows.
すものがいずれ訪れ
Okay.
るさすれば
The swiftness wane and fading at night as they step from the darkness and into the light.
獅子島の輝き
I
へ
hate,
と
I hate
歩ん
runs.
でいけるだろう
Go for a meter structure. There we go. Wonder if any of them will be around. Well, that's the end of the special story mode, so probably not. Paralogism. Okay, cool. And now. Complete paralogism. Huh, I wonder what else. And now. Got that. Some juices, intertwined fates. And I think. Just make sure. I don't think I have any missing instruments. I picked up the Gem drum, I think. Yeah, we bought them all. Okay. Festive drum. Yeah. So now, it's actually over here. Sure, in the mage's approval, you must face up to the role at hand. I already did mine for this week, but the little island is back. Yeah. Yeah. Right up and around here. There isn't really a way to get to it other than the teleport now, though, but there it is, and they left the chessboard here with the gramophone. Let's talk to Orban real quick. Just see if he has anything to say about that heart now. Or if that dog is locked behind having not done the quest yet. Because it might have been. Hello. What is it? Oh, that's not something we can do anymore. Materials. Okay. Oh, extract power dragon tooth. The rune stone on the crafting bench emits a strange glow. Place a dragon tooth. So basically we have to start using this instead of the heart. Interesting. Let me check that alternate dialogue then. And it's different if runestone branch. But vitalize. If you've done that already... Interesting. Dragon Tooth that has absorbed power. The Runestone version. Interesting. Yeah. I was hoping you would swing by, yes, about those dragon teeth. So you've already finished gathering them up. When you're off exploring, end up hitting a slight snag over here. No matter what I hit this dragon's tooth with, I simply cannot take so much as a sliver of it. Never seen anything like this before, so I had someone talk to Mr. Albedo to see how we should deal with these materials, and so if you look over yonder, you'll see that Mr. Albedo had Miss Sucro send over a runestone. It's right on the alchemist crafting bench. A runestone, what's that got to do with our dragon teeth? According to what Miss Sucro relayed to us from Mr. Albedo, we need to give some materials some special treatment before we can use it to forge weapons. One of said methods is to have one dragon tooth absorb dragon-related vitality, and use the vitalized dragon tooth to treat other dragon teeth. That's what Miss Sucro said about the runestone. Yes, she said it was a relic left in Knights of Vonis by a wandering troop that helped Mondstadt rebel against the old nobility 1,000 years ago. The flautist of that troop was fought against monsters Bakunawa and the Mare Jivari, which is apparently Philippine. Moon-eating serpent-like dragon. Moon-eating? Yeah, very node cry, Song of the Welcome Moon. Filipino, yeah. This runestone was carved from its body, and then it's if you've done the Iktomi events. Yeah, wait a second, if Pamon's member isn't failing her, did Satwali tell us that the Mare Jivari was created by Sanhaj's battle with the Abyss 500 years ago, which does not match with the troop's time frame? Are we sure the troop's story is from 1,000 years back? How could it be mistaken? That wandered troop's story of heroism is long since been recorded in the history of kings and clans. So, yeah, so that, the time does not match up. Though, to be fair, descriptions in Mare Jivari also don't match. Some have it actively on fire, some have it as a plane of ash, so who knows? Anyway, probably maybe they just mean different things. Anyway, Mr. Albedo said that this runestone contains infinite vitality similar to that of a dragon. Probably got it from the Hexenzirkel, actually. Maybe. As I mentioned, the Bakunawa flesh. Well, immortal monster's flesh, probably the Bakunawa. It's also draconic, Mini Durin dragon. All I need to do is use the crafting bench to absorb the vitality of the runestone with the dragon tooth, and we can get to forging our weapons. Sounds impressive, as expected of Albedo. We'll have to thank him later. Yeah, if not for him, we'd be totally struck. Anyway, Traveler, it's right absorbing the runestone's power. Alrighty, I'll handle it. Oh, that's great. Here, you take this dragon tooth, and I'll leave that whole side of things to you. Alchemy's truly something else, huh? How does one even absorb vitality from a 1,000-year-old stone? Yep. Hey, Traveler, how'd it go? Did you order dragon tooth absorb vitality from the crafting bench over there? Celestra, the texture. Oh, this is it. Oh, I never knew alchemy could work such miracles. That's Mr. Albedo for you. Thanks for your help. I can't work any alchemy to save my life. Right now that we've got all the materials we need, give me a moment or two and I'll get this weapon made right away. So yeah, we can't actually trigger that dialogue anymore. You need to be in the really weird position of having not done this quest, but then having done Paralogism and potentially also the Satwali Orron event from last year. And then you get that special dialogue that foreshadows stuff that will happen in the Mare Jivari, presumably in a couple of patches. Again, the fact that Mare Jivari is not going to be next patch is actually crazy. Because again, your story quest not in any new kind of place, using existing materials. Yeah, massive rock that once looked like a heart has lost its power and descent into a solemn silence. We're back to Orban, yeah. Yeah, I did. It was enjoyable. Like I joked before, it's going to be funny seeing Mini Durin end up as a 4-star on the banner of a random girl from Nodecry who likes surstroming. Though, to be fair, I think, to be fair, not one being girly land does not necessarily mean that everything will be like that. Though it is definitely a little cynical for them to be like, oh yeah, after 6 months of not, 6 patches of not just, you know, basically no dude characters, but also the ones that exist being not incredibly relevant to the story, which, again, the sort of devil's bargain was that not that many dudes, but all of them will be relevant. And then they said, you know, we're gonna make even fewer, and then have them just be nobodies. And then again, this quest, all about Albedo, Venti, and then Mini Durin comes back. Even get the Scar mentioned on the side. A little cynical. We'll see if that actually means any kind of meaningful change in the future, but I don't know. I'll stay optimistic. I like the gameplay either way. But we'll see how long that makes things work. Yeah, I'm a little sleepy, so I think that's going to be it for today. Anything about the Archon Quest that you want to discuss real quick before I log off and hop off? Could always use the server, honestly, but one way or another. It was fun. I really liked the Mondstadt defense and all the optional objectives. The main thing was, like I was reciting, you get some interesting dialogue foreshadowing stuff about the Mare Jivari, like the fact that apparently we're going to get a Filipino dragon in the Mare Jivari, maybe? The Bacchanala? But that dog only shows up if you do the Dragonspine Spear Festering Fang quest after Paralogism, which is such a comically small contingent of players. Yeah, I am gonna take a nap. We can discuss things later. Send your thoughts over. I'll reply to them once I can. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for watching. Yeah. Sayonara again, and have a good afternoon to you too.